Hello. It's time to play a tournament. It's 3-faction tournament. And my 3 factions. They were the Dwarves, of course. The Chaos Dwarves, which are over here. And Grand Cathay. The 3 most dwarf-like factions in the entire game. Very exciting. People kept banning my dwarves in the best of 9 series. So I thought, you know, maybe they're OP. Let's just play them. Potatoes Devil, what's up? We'll be facing off in best of 9 series later. Should be fun. Patch coming out soon, by the way. Unfortunately, I don't think they're really changing much for multiplayer. Oh man, there's so much stuff for single player though. I'll definitely be playing some single player campaigns, but no unit rebalance. That's a big shame. That's a really big shame. I was very excited for that. Range units are still jank. There's a lot that's still jank, man. There's a lot that'll still be jank. I guess capture points will have a flag over them now. I guess that's it. That's all we get in this multiplayer patch. Yeah, it's not a multiplayer patch. It's just campaign. Oh, hey, we're up against Potatoes Devil. Hell yeah. Potatoes Devil. Hey. Starting it off strong. Chaos Dwarves, Grand Cathay. But yeah, I think for multiplayer it's not very exciting. For single player it's going to be very exciting. Though there's a problem with the thingy. Apparently with the patch, so they're delaying the patch. It's going to be like an opt-in beta for a little bit. For like what, a week? It's gonna be like an opt-in beta until they can fix it. Well, that's kind of janky, but you know what? Whatever. Silk Song's gonna come out by then and I can just play that. All right, picks and bans. He has Wood Elves. He has Empire. I'm gonna ban Empire Chaos Dwarves. That seems like a terrible matchup. Dwarves OP but Slanesh army selection. Oh, my bad. My bad. There you go. We're picking our factions right now. Is this better for you? Does this look a bit nicer? Look at this disgustingness. Almost beat Norsko with this the other day. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. So he bans Wood Elf Chaos Dwarf, Wood Elf Grand Cathay. Oh, is he gonna play Wood Elves into Dwarves? That would be quite the crazy maneuver, I feel. I don't know if that's what you want to do, son. What's the map? Whirling Maelstrom, Curse Oasis, Imperial Road. Okay. Kislev versus Chaos Dwarves. I think that's... I could see that one being bad for Chaos Dwarves. Though, let me check. Stats. If you look at Kislev, the Chaos Dwarf matchup. 58% win rate for Kislev. Alright, we'll get rid of that one. Dwarves versus Kislev will be fun, though. Grand Cathay versus Kislev would also be interesting. I just really want to play Dwarves today, you know? Just really want to play Dwarves. Let's ban Grand Cathay Empire. There you go. Let's do that. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby stream. Yo, I feel like I feel like we'll do pretty well. As long as I don't get like terrible matchups for the dwarves, we should be good. It's just so matchup dependent, but like honestly, they have a lot going for them. What if Silk Song is bad? Dude, if Silk Song is bad, we have to wait for Slay the Spire too. Oh boy. At least the Warhammer tournament scene is still fine. It's fun. It's just not as good as I wish it would have been. Oh man, even if they just change like 2 spells, man. Though I think they are fixing some UI bugs that were not reported in the patch notes. We'll see. We'll see. I'll wait for the patch to come out and then I'll take a look at it. Maybe it'll suck. Maybe I won't. I don't know, man. God, it's so disappointing that it's so much random stuff that I wish would get fixed. I know they just don't have a lot of time to fix it, but like at this point, it's just no expectations that CA can get stuff done at any quick pace. Like, it just delays 24/7. Patches don't even cover multiplayer and single player. That's very sus, man. That's very sus. But we'll work with what we got. When life gives you lemons. Yeah, not a single balance change in the patch notes. I know that's a rough one. That's a rough one. That's a really bad sign. All right, Dwarves versus Empire. Interesting. That's the matchup. Van Whirling. Gonna play on Imperial Road or Cursed Oasis. Dwarves versus Empire should be an interesting one. Whoops, forgot my screen blocker. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that looks good. That's a good one. He wants to play Imperial Road. All right. So there's been a Malachi meta recently. I really want to try that out. I feel like Malachi is sick. He has accuracy 30%, reload skill 10%, or yeah, reload skill plus 10 in an aura of 55 meters. It's kind of good, man. He can increase range of cannons and their damage. What the crap, man? Dude, he's terrifying. Hoping for Slanesh buffs, or really need them, yeah. Good old Slanesh buffs. Alright, so Empire. They got a big issue with dwarves. Because dwarves just have a whack load of slayers they can chuck at them. And the Empire doesn't really have a lot that can kill slayers. In the end, it's a little difficult. So we worry for our Empire brethren today. I do actually want to start with one of these because it's hilarious. And yeah, let's see if we can unearth some unholy dwarf tech today. You remember the days during buying Legendary campaign? When you want... What's this? Buying Legendary campaign when you went to the store to get milk for a long time? Is this referring to my my long break away from Warhammer? Oh boy. I guess there's not many other games that are like I can really deep dive into right now. I think Warhammer's kind of the only thing I can think of playing right now. And the multiplayer scene's still really good. And legendary only war campaigns will still be really fun. I think just today was a rough morning is all. Let's see, what units do I want? Do I want just a million slayers? Like, what if I just go pure slayers? What the crap is he supposed to do? Do I even want ranged? Do I want ranged units? Yeah, this is kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird build, but whatever. If you choose a Karakadrin banner, you get +4 leadership for Slayers. Ah, hell yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what he decides to bring here. Because this is, for all intents and purposes, this is a terrible matchup for Empire. So he's going to have to bring just some unholy tech if he's going to have any shot at winning this. Let's see. What do I want? What do we want here? Yeah, I'll take one of those. I'll take one of these. Alright, give it to me, potatoes. Hoping for some Air Force. Just crazy Air Force action. If you went pure Air Force against the Empire, it would be pretty joke, so I'd probably just die to some cannons. Dawn of War 4 is next year. Let's see. Dawn of War 4 release date. Coming 2026. I'm putting it on my putting it on my thingy. Dawn of War 4. And then we'll add it to my wish list. There we go. Alright, here we go. Trying out some Malachi shenanigans, but I brought one gyro bomber because I think you can get a lot of work done with it. Malachi has the mega buffs for the cannons. You defend them with some slayers. And the idea is simple. You just slow push onto this point and you never let go ever. Ready, good luck, have fun. So we got the Malachi, we got the cannons. Malachi's so sick, man. He's insane. This bad boy. The accuracy and range buff is insane. You're looking at a 10% range increase, 30% accuracy, or 30 accuracy, whatever that means. But like these cannons should just shrek them. 1080p. Oh, okay, nice. We got 1080p working on Twitch again. Yeah, so if I start the stream at too high of a bitrate, Twitch will throttle my resolution, which is the dumbest thing in the world. I don't know why. So for whatever reason, if I send more data to Twitch, they start complaining, which means my resolution on YouTube is going to be worse. What a ripoff. I kind of wonder though, what if I change it now? Will it go down? Probably. The resolution on YouTube's acceptable, right? At least it should be fairly acceptable. He has a cannon. Oh no. Oh lord, he has a great cannon. What am I supposed to do? My cannons have 484 range. I outrange him by 30. He's a dead man. He's a very dead man. You actually just can't outshoot the dwarves anymore. They're just too chonky. Good luck, have fun, thank you. Oh no, not the great cannon. Oh, what will I ever do against such a mighty force of the Empire? How will I ever shut it down? Oh my god, they're getting obliterated. Ah, there goes one entity. They're creeping up. They're creeping up. There they go. Oh, and they dismount. Running for their lives. Brutality. Absolute brutality. Now, he does have some Jaeger core. Okay. And he has Marcus. He has Marcus Wolfheart. Blast him. Fire. Yo, Marcus. I don't know if you know exactly what's gonna go on, but I'm just gonna tell you right now, when you're being slowed by gyro bombers and getting blasted by artillery, life is not gonna be too pretty. Oh, Nelly. Rip Marcus, man. Just ripperonis. Ripperonis, this poor guy. He's booking it. He's trying to get out of there. It is not the prettiest situation for him. A little bit of dodging. Oh, he netted me. He netted me. How dare he? Come on, fire. And we land. There's the landing tech. Oh boy, what a massacre. What a bloody massacre. Okay, gyro bombers will actually take some heat though. Marcus will die, however. He's yeah, he's having a bad day. Gyro bombers are gonna have to back up. We did get the capture point, but a Lord loss penalty now would be so devastating. So I'm just gonna keep focus firing him. Ugh. Dodge, darn gyro bombers, dodge. All right, there we go. Let's get the giant slayers going. I'd love to kill Marcus, but I think he will manage to survive here. I don't want to lose the gyro bombers. Oh, hell yeah, there he goes. All right, so Marcus is gone, man. He gone. Very nice. So he'll be off the battlefield soon enough. The long rifle's getting blasted. Very nice. And we're just gonna keep spamming out miners into the horizon. Cannons don't give a crap. These are buffed cannons by Malachi himself. Doing great. He's gonna try shooting my dwarf units here. We are made out of blasting charges. So if I just keep up the pressure, it should be rather painful for him. There you go. Gyro bombers getting in there to punish his Zintler's Reichsguard. And then I guess we just start spamming giant slayers. I do kind of wonder how giant slayers do versus the great swords. That's a little bit of a toss-up, right? I think they'll still probably be fine, but you never know. Yeah, what a power trip this is, though. We got full battlefield dominance. He's got a couple units over there hunkering down on the point, I see. Giant slayers are in, though. Blasted charges are coming for him. The slow march of the Dowie. You think giant slayers win? They're certainly a lot more expensive. Yeah, they go the long rifles. So that's Sterling's Revenge. Free Company militia over there. Oh crap. The gyro bombers. He's done a good job warding off the gyro bombers. I'll give him that. But they're really good because of the vision that they give. It's the Knights of the Black Rose. There's not much I can do about that. He's gonna lose his Sterling's Revenge though. Cannons are still just flonking away. We'll have our giant slayers in there in a second. These ones are killing the great swords. Very nice. So far, so good. It's honestly pretty chill, right? I guess he does have a lot of Hawklands. But that's about it, right? He's about to get Slayer tied, I believe. Okay, let's actually capture that point, though. I gotta put the pressure on. He did just lose Marcus, though. That's good. Losing Marcus is painful. The Wolf Heart. He finally routed off the map. And if I just keep these guys running, that should stall long enough for me to win here. Cannons. With their mega accuracy, they'll be able to just plonk away at the long rifles, no problemo. Here comes another giant slayer. Very nice. We've killed off his great swords with very minimal losses on the giant slayers. How wonderful. And he's spamming Empire Knights, which we know are not going to be very effective here. Long rifles indeed do die to cannons. And Malachi's just chilling, man. He's having the time of his life. Easy peasy. Alright. I will say there's not a lot to micro here. Slanesh is absolutely a micro fest, but like there's literally nothing to do. It's all infantry. Like I have nothing. Even if I tried, we would not have that much to micro. Just waiting to spam units, I guess. He has another stealth unit in here though. Interesting, interesting. Are those long rifles? Oh my god, they're dead. Alright, well, goodbye, long rifles. You served well for the Empire. Oh, it's just these guys. They rallied. Anyway, Slayers are super annoying. They're super duper annoying to shut down. Because they're unbreakable. You gotta shoot them to the last. You gotta blast them. Oh, the poor Empire Knights. Goodbye, Knights of the Black Rose. You served well for the Empire. These guys are okay. You know, the Nolan Ironsides are actually tanking it up pretty hard there. Is there anything you can do to stop this though? I guess we shouldn't get overconfident, right? He did bring in his Zintlers. Here they come. Here come the Zintlers. And they're all gonna die to Slayers. Though he does shut down one of my cannons, which is a little unfortunate. The thing is, the constant slowing of the gyro bomber plus the Slayers reduces speed to 31, which is actually slower than the speed of my Slayers. The ROR, they come with a speed reduction of 30%, which is massive, plus the suppression. It's kind of disgusting. So yeah, they're just super slow. The poor cavalry, man. Although the Slayers aren't actually catching them, so I guess there's that. In the end, though, he's been pushed all the way back. Valley trading's amazing. Gyro bombers are still in full force, and yeah, dwarven cannons, man. I've learned the ways of the dwarves. I've played against enough dwarf players now to know that dwarven cannons are just insane. What a terrifying thing to go up against. Zintlers are dead. I'm gonna gyro bomber run his spearman. Show him who's boss. These long rifles just shooting. You're never gonna kill them. They're too fast. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Bombing run time. Yo, Dwarves actually OP. He does resummon Marcus and he snipes one of my gyro bombers from the get-go. Actually a little terrifying. You know what's more terrifying though? Gyro bomber runs. Yeah, there we go. Goodbye, Spearman. He was keeping them in reserve the whole battle to help them, you know, so that they could be used for capture weight. Unfortunately, they are dead now. Very nice. And now the big dwarven push. Giant Slayer's got a capture weight buff, so they're really good at holding points now. What a terrifying force to behold. And I think it's over, man. I have twice as many units. Lore accurate cannons, actually, yeah, with Malachi. Dude, these guys are so accurate now. It's crazy. We can de-summon all of them. De-summon the gyro bomber, re-summon the gyro bomber. He's gonna be triple capped. Dang, yo, dwarves are kind of terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. I think cannons and giant slayers are the way. I think a new age of the dwarves has begun. Yeah, I can't wait to check the value later. Oh my goodness. More giant slayers. Bring them in. The great thing about Malachi too is he buffs the range of quarrelers. So you can actually go a pretty mean just infantry dwarf build with quarrelers that just have like elf range or better. I think I think I will be enjoying a little bit of dwarf action in the days to come. Would max mobility work against this build? I've tried max mobility, and there's too many giant slayers, I found. They get to play on the defensive, and you take so much damage from the cannons. It just seems like a really hard playstyle to beat. Maybe if you go for like a ranged rush, like I think if he bought a ludicrous amount of null and iron sides and just marched up and tried shooting me to death, maybe. But then like you can still spam slayers and just run at them. So I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do against this. The cannon's got ludicrous value. Like just bonkers through the roof value on those cannon pieces. Dwarves versus Empire. Yeah, very nice first game. Let's get that win-loss over there. Very nice. Slayers. The Bugmans did pretty good. Gyro Bomber did pay for itself. Despite getting shot up a lot, it's just a solid tool. Especially those slows, man. Punishing the Marcus. Giant Slayers were good. Are Dowry stronger without the Thunder Barge? Generally, yes, but the threat of a Thunder Barge does damage by itself. Everyone has to have something to kill it, otherwise they'll just lose. So yeah, back to 1080p. Rejoice, Twitch. Rejoice. Yeah, kind of terrifying. GG. It's how many more matches need to finish? Looks like next round will start after these next 4 matches finish. Nice. But yeah, if you mobility rush this, the Skyhammer Squadron would kind of wreck you, right? The slow on it's really rough. Cavalry could have a hard time actually flanking the cannons. On some maps, on that map it would have been okay, but I think just Malachi's insane. Accuracy and reload skill. And 10% more damage. So in theory, so this is a 30-second duration. 50% missile range buff. That's insane. So you could, in theory, take this, and for 30 seconds, your Bugmans at like 180 range are gonna be doing ludicrous damage. On top of the Eyes of Grugny and the like, jeez, man. It affects all allies too. It doesn't have to be artillery. Well, this one does. So I guess you won't get the reload skill because this is artillery only. This one is units with missile attacks. This one is... Yeah, you know, you could use this on miners. You could put it on miners, and when they chuck their blasting charges... Engineers have ballistic calibration. Reload skill. It's only a 22-second duration, but you can also take the Artillery Master. Entrenchment. This also works on all units. Armor-piercing missile damage. Physical resist 20%. They got Flash Bomb. Another accuracy buff. Wow. 35-meter Prospector's Spyglass. I see. I see. Use it on a Goblin Hewer. Okay, wait. A Goblin Hewer is mostly AP, right? So you can use Entrenchment on it to get 40% more AP damage. And then you'll have Malachi, increasing its accuracy and range. Oh boy, this is silly. This is silly. It's the worst matchup. Warhammer 2 Skaven vs Dwarves or Empire vs Dwarves in Warhammer 3. Skaven vs Dwarves in Warhammer 2 was impossible to win if the Skaven played well. I think Empire versus Dwarves at least is maybe winnable. Join the healer gang. Almost want to try with Goblobbers. How are Executioners and Blades of the Blood Queen performing currently? They don't see any play. Blackguard of Nagaron see more play than them, and Blackguard don't see any play. So, yeah. I wonder if this does work with Grudge Throwers. You can, like, really hammer down factions with Dwarven Artillery. Let's go Cannons and Grudge Throwers. Honestly, Dwarves are kind of a menace, and you have to rush across the entire map. I feel like these defensive Dwarf styles with Cannons, are they just OP? How does one kill them? How do you take down the Dwarves? What's their weakness here? If you bring in elite infantry, they're just gonna get shot, right? On the advance. Especially if you mix in, like, a little bit of a bombing squad. For as cheap as 800, you can get some bombs dropping. I kind of want to see if Dwarves are actually just busted. Yeah, stock units would be annoying. You can spot them with the flyers, though. You can. It's a very hard army to flank. Especially if you have Bugmans buffed by Malachi. Flying units are good against Dowie, but Skyhammer Squadron's actually really good against them. The suppression effect is crazy. Maybe Dwarves are OP? Maybe they're OP now. When Furies and Bats shut down the cannons. Let's see here. I don't think so. Because they have the leadership of Malachi. They land on Slayers, they'll die. These guys have crazy leadership. They got that leadership, man. So it's like Dwarven Artillery is the hardest to shut down. I would love to try this against like vampire counts or something. Trees on that map are so annoying. They're kind of janky, yeah. You'd be spotting them on accident, the stock units. It's happened to me before. Multiple times. What are your thoughts on quad bolt thrower against wood elves for dwarves? I think bolt throwers are just worse cannons or grudge throwers. They have less range. Grudge thrower is cheaper and will do more. Cannons are more expensive and will do more. What does the bolt thrower really bring to the table? It has a higher entity count. Let me tell you, Arrows of Kurnos doesn't really kill these artillery pieces very well because they have 35% spell resist. If you really, really want to. Is there a way you can make them even more missile resisty? I don't think so, never mind. Regardless, Arrows of Kurnos is way less effective here. They're also really short, which helps them naturally dodge spells. I think people are taking way too many Iron Drakes. A lot of people love the Iron Drakes and the Troll Hammers, but I think just going artillery and then like Bugmans and crossbows is honestly fine. And crossbows buffed by Malachi are just ludicrous damage. Lol Grom probably beats this. Maybe? Depends on its accuracy. Have you tried the Stern Guard 10 Iron Drake build? 10 Iron Drake? You can't even take 10 Iron Drakes. You mean like with the Troll Hammers? I think you don't run that many weapon teams. I think dwarves do much better with just like a hit squad of ranged plonking away. What's a bolt thrower HP now? 7,000. Very tanky, I guess. Anyways, bolt throwers just don't really do that much. Like, yeah, I don't know. Just cannons. Cannons just kind of better. I think the DPS and mostly the range, I would say. 340 range is not a lot. And you really want that map presence. Grudge Settler units. Oh my gosh, yeah, just bring in the extended roster, please, CA. You just noticed no Bugmans in my build? I literally have Bugmans in my build. They're literally right here. Why do you keep mentioning Bugmans? They're right here. You're playing PvE battles with a friend and flame cannons look awesome but do not cook. Some people actually do run them in multiplayer though. They're not bad. They're not bad. How did I not see that? I don't know. They got the stock stealthed up. Hey, we're up against Broccoli Fangirl. Yo, yo. I'm Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, and Grand Cathay. Who will they ban? Let's see. I think Broccoli Fangirl was not going corn today, which was a surprise to many of us. Broccoli Fangirl is playing Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos, and High Elves. Jeez. Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos, and High Elves. So, Nurgle we beat, right? Between Grand Cathay, Chaos Dwarves, and Dwarves, like, all of those are terrible for Nurgle. Against Warriors of Chaos, I think we'll crush them. Is there a reason no one seems to run organ guns? Very expensive and short range. In Domination, you want range as the Dwarves, otherwise people will just never engage you. So the cannons are just kind of better in every way. Cannons are often just better. Don't be mean to Nurgle. What's Nurgle gonna do? Lose to me? Okay, actually, if Turin was playing Nurgle, there would be a decent chance that he pulls out some crazy tech and we lose, but... Okay, so it's gonna be a ban of Nurgle and Chaos Dwarves. I'll ban a Grand Cathay versus Warriors of Chaos and Chaos Dwarves versus High Elves. I just want to play Dwarves. You know, Dwarves versus High Elves could be hilarious. They used to be so bad against them, but like this ain't land battle. So like you get a huge defender's advantage just by summoning in units. How much you pay for Grape Shot on a cannon unit for Dwarves? Oh my god. It'd be really good, but like hybrid units are generally pretty sketchy because you're wasting your money most of the time. I would pay 150 extra to have a hybrid cannon. They banned High Elves Grand Cathay. That's a good one. Chaos Dwarves versus Warriors of Chaos. Yeah, let's just play Dwarves again. Okay, so we're playing Dwarves again. I'm just gonna force Dwarf matchups 24/7 and see if anyone can beat them. I really do think, though, with Malachi, it's kind of insane. Malachi's a beast. You think land battle's better for boxers? Like, boxing in land battle is better, but defensive play in domination is pretty crazy if you have high enough DPS artillery. He bans Brave Alley. Or they ban Brave Alley. Let's play Dunes of Cain. The Dunes of Cain. Big ol' flat map. Very comfortable. So Broccoli Fangirl is playing Nurgle. Joyous Nurgle. I know how I want to play this one. I know how I want to play this one out. So let's get some of this. Let's see here. You know what? Sure, let's just have some fun with that. Do a little bit of this action. And then it's Nurgle. They're a very slow army. So one of those. And then just a ludicrous number of these. One of these. Yeah, this is I think this is a rough build for Nurgle to go up against. I believe this to be a bad one for the forces of Nurgle. You never know though. Maybe they'll come out with something insane. What if I just go Slayers only again? Just Slayers only Nurgle to death. We did do that before. It was hilarious. I think Giant Slayer late game capture weight is just like way too good to pass up, right? I think it's just insanely good. It's 40 speed, 7 capture weight. Kind of expensive at 1,200, but it's unbreakable. So very independent. Let's do it. Give me a worst, Broccoli Fangirl. Time for Nurgle drones to shine. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Malachi buffs artillery range, making organ guns valid. Yeah, except except cannons are already better than organ guns. So it makes organ guns viable and it makes cannons ludicrous. So we're really gonna go with the thing that's barely viable instead of the clearly better option. Now, if he only buffed organ guns, maybe. If there was ever a matchup for a Goblin Hero, this would be it. Oh yeah, I forgot. I still gotta do fan requests. Where are they at? Do I have anything here with dwarves? Skull Reapers. I got a lore throw at the beginning. None of these really have dwarves, so we'll see what we can actually fulfill. Will this be a short stream? Actually, quite a long one. We have a best of 9 series after. Let's turn off fire at will. Here's the idea. I have a big ol' goblobber. It's gonna be chilling. We have a gyro bomber. Lots of ranged. So ludicrous amount of range units. They ain't buffed by Malachi, but I can use his deranged munitions to buff them up. And the idea here is, yeah, we're just gonna blast him. Oh boy. Oh boy, let the shooting gallery begin. I don't even know what I want to buff this so much. So there's Pestigors. And yeah, they ain't gonna have too good of a time, are they? It appears that even with a lot of missile resist, they still do take a lot of damage. That's a pretty big loss of the early Pestigoran. There they go, getting routed. We want to get as much damage in as humanly possible at the beginning. We're gonna see some Furies or something. Just some Marauders, okay. Just gonna capture this point, sit on the defensive, and I should be fine. If I just injure these guys, we're kind of in a good enough position, I'd say. Look at them. You know, the formation's a little too loose for it to be worth me dropping bombs here, right? It's probably still fine. It doesn't do that much damage. Maybe I hit the Marauders instead. Anyways, we're just gonna chill here with the support of Malachi. The Goblobbers will crush it. And if I just bring in the Gyro Bombers, it should be fine. So those are Marauders. Are there any Furies here? Okay, so we're gonna see some Plague droning. There's a couple Furies, nice. Now my anti-Fury tech is not that high overall. Woo, goodbye Marauders. And they're gone. Very nice. I'm going to take a pot shot at these Furies. We're gonna need a turn on fire at will on these guys. There we go. And we're gonna have to stop a big fat rush, right? I think that's the
Here's a challenge for dwarves. Win a battle with the max amount of land-based ranged units from unit caps in the starting army. If you need, you can put 2 in reserve.
I will check that out in a bit. What is this? Max amount of land-based range units. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I love that. That's a classic, man. It's a classic. All right. Just range max it. Actually, I think I am technically maxed out right now because of the these guys, except it's not land units because I have the Gyro Bombers. As you can see, dwarves are very hardy. Very difficult to rout here. Malachi's still buffing up my stuff over here. There go the blasting charges. Let's get another one. These are Marauders of Nurgle, so they ain't a big deal. Slayers are cooking them up. Okay, there we go. Just push in. Focus fire those flies over there. Shoot these guys up. It's a pretty good blasting charge volley. Nice. Again, another unit of miners. And this is where we cook, right? So we just roll up over here. We just roll up with them. And then we're going to use Malachi. We're going to use Malachi to buff up their ranged attack, which is the blasting charge volley. Never mind, they're a little too far out of range, right? It's not really going to work. Yeah. Don't know if it was really worth it in the end. Still, though, things are going fairly good for us. Got some toads in there. We'll just shoot them up. Looks like some of my flank is starting to collapse, though. I don't like that. Malachi, of course, is still buffing and whatnot, but this could be seen as a little bit sus, right? Oh, I guess the valley trading's just through the roof for us. Did not catch the valley trades. The valley trading's going amazing. I can begin sniping their lord, but I think I'd rather shoot at the plague ogres instead. This goblobber, let's just retarget over there. Good chase off over in the distance. And if we just bring in some giant slayers now, it should be pretty easy to clean up here. Yeah, I'll range maxes dwarves, Dim Dum. Absolutely, good sir. Look at this. Slayers are about to shred. Spin to win. And there they go. It's spinning. Pretty good deeps. Nothing too crazy, though. This flank is really starting to get wrecked, though. Furies are coming on in, however. Can they stop the dwarves, though? So these are quarrelers. Pretty good for this. Looks like the Furies do want to go for the artillery crew, but they're going to be at risk of just getting shot to death, right? So we'll see if they actually manage to do anything there. Troll hammers are in position. They're doing great. We have our giant slayers in there. I'm just kind of saving up for another giant slayer unit. I think that's all I realistically need. And yeah, you can see the Furies just couldn't really dive the cannons. Much better versus rangers, though. So that could actually get some work done. Nurgle's almost out of units, though. So it should just come down to a capture weight fest, which we win with the power of giant slayer capture weight. There you go. That's Furies for you. For anyone who thought Furies would actually be able to do something against us, there's your answer. Yeah, dwarves are pretty spicy. These guys are getting buffed. It's 176 range. It goes as lord too. Very nice. These things are almost out of ammunition. So I do want to de-summon them soon because those are chariots. And as you know, chariots are brutal versus the poor Dowie, right? Chariots will be mildly problematic. So I will need to re-summon the gyro bomber to actually kill him. Thankfully, I do have a pretty ludicrous number of slayers, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Oh, I guess I also have cannons. I guess we also have cannons. I can de-summon this too. Yeah, we'll just get the de-summon. Get the de-summons! Spam units! Yo, I feel like a max ground range army with Malachi is gonna be so sick. Yo, look at this troll hammer damage buff. Yeah. 187 range. Blasting them. There we go. Magic damage too, don't forget. Very nice. And that's capture point number 1. That should be capture point number 2 very soon. As soon as I can get these guys in. And then capture point number 3. The power of the dwarves. It's actually crazy, man. What the crap? Oh my god. Brotherhood of Grimnir are back? Oh my goodness, it's so over. Jeez, man. Are dwarves actually OP? Don't tell me dwarves are actually OP. I can't believe it. Is all like what changed? Do they really just need that tiny little buff with the giant slayers? Oh, hey, still got that volley off. Good dodge though from Broccoli Fangirl. The miners never end though. Endless miners are here. Let's just blast them pestigores. There you go. Brotherhood of Grimnir are in. There's another blasting charge volley. Value is almost double that which my opponent was able to actually get on. Brutality, man. Dude, dwarves are brutal. They just force you forwards and then tear you apart. This is the second time my opponent's basically got army wipe trying to move towards us. Yeah, maybe it's just a bunch of 55 meter buffs. Did either of these get buffed to 55 meters? I don't actually know. Gee. Dang, son. Dang. All right. Dwarves. Kind of good. That was against Nurgle and Empire, though, right? Once you start facing some real factions of dwarves, then it'll be a little spicy. Giant Slayers got more capture weight. That's what buffed them up. So Cannon was shooting all game, got mega value. Goblobber was shooting all game, got mega value. Skyhammer used all its ammunition, mega value. Trollhammer is also mega value. But he did catch up my Rangers at the beginning. But yeah, if your artillery lives, they're gonna pay for themselves actually pretty quickly. Dwarven artillery hits super hard. Neither of those got buffed. Yeah, dwarves is just just no one was really running Malachi, I guess. Did they use any magic? Not that I could tell. This was a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. Maybe they had healing. Draining their vigor by forcing them to dodge bombs. If only that was a proper strat. Okay, so you want to see the max amount of grounded dwarf range units. I think the best and funniest way to do this would be this. So you go for the Malachi. Go for the damage boost, right? To get a stacked Malachi. And then you bring the most fearsome army the world has ever seen. You want 2 Quarrelers. You want 2 Grudge Rakers for the high DPS. You want 1 Troll Hammer in the backfield for defense. Let's see here. What else do you want? I think you do want like a hell of a lot of bugmans. Or you know what? No, you don't need bugmans. Because you want quantity, right? So you go 5 quarrelers, 2 grudge rakers, 2 troll hammers. And this is like the mega Malachi squad, right? Where are we at? 4, 4. I can fit 2 more range units in here. Are Malachi's grenades ever worth bringing? I've never seen people use them, so I don't really know. Could bring iron drakes, maybe 1 troll hammer one. Nah, you need some anti-large, right? So you have 4 anti-large. You got these guys. You take 2 rangers, 2 stealth rangers, maybe a bugman's and a money-wise. It's a little awkward. Can I? Oh, it's so close. Not quite there though. I guess I can get rid of the deranged munitions, and then that way I have money. Yeah, sure, this is good enough. This is the Disgusto build. Disgusto starting build. So you have Malachi and just a walking death squad. Nah, I don't want to put anything in reserve. This is way better. Miners are ranged, not enough ranged. Not enough. No, this is where the fun begins. So then, oh my god, miners don't count as range anymore. Oh my god. Okay, wait. So you also run the miners and the Norgrimlings and the Iron Breakers. Okay, this is how you cook. This is where it's at, right? So now you truly have the maximum amount of ranged ground infantry. Honestly, though, this build's kind of terrifying. I don't know how I'd actually advance towards it. I do think you want some giant slayers instead of miners. But yeah, this is like a pretty scary stack because Malachi's just buffing all of them. They all have plus 10 range. They'll all have extra accuracy. That's so terrifying. And then you run Brotherhood of Grimnir and a unit of Slayers. Yeah, this should be good. It's a foul build. I love it. Yo, this is so sick. Safety's off, lads. Yo, oh my god. A lot of range factions would struggle against this, by the way. Only the thickest of man tides could actually make it close to this build. My body is ready. Let the gunpowder flow. You check a board first? Yeah, we got to check a board. Then we got to use the miners to ward off the melee spam. And then we just got to pew them to death. Grudge Rakers are the big, like, screw off single entities and chariots. Grudge Rakers and Troll Hammers just make it really hard for them to advance. The Troll Hammer range makes it so they can't flank easily. Because usually if you see Grudge Rakers, you stay close to their range and then you move to their flank, and while they're pivoting you charge in. You can't really do that strat when Troll Hammers are shooting at you. So combined arms works out really well there. They have just a bunch of crossbow fire. With Malachi in the center. Add flamethrowers and even Mantide can't do anything. I really want to, but I don't really see what I could cut. They do give a leadership debuff though, and they're very hard to shut down. But like, I think it makes me a little bit more vulnerable to single entity playstyles. I don't know. Could cut 1 ranger, try and squeeze them in, but oh my bad. Gotta take the Ekrun miners, right? You gotta take the Ekrun miners. Brotherhood of Grimnir is expensive though, jeez. Do I have to worry about losing? Do I need a frontline unit? Can I just run Slayers instead? Just anti-large it? This feels a little more comfortable, actually. Iron Breakers have better blasting charges than normal miners, by the by. Pretty good deeps. 11 explosive damage, 21 base. Yeah, so they do way more explosive damage for AP have way more AP explosive damage. So they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Grudge Rakers and Blunderbusses in square formation. It's better for rotating. It's worse for dodging spells and such. But square formation's good for sure. Oops, sorry, hit the mic. Alright, come on, give me round 2. I want to use this build. So dwarves are interesting. They can be interactive and they can be skillful, but they can't be both. Gyrocopters are really high skill, very high micro type of skirmish unit, not very interactive. I think their ground armies are very interactive, but you don't have a lot to do, even though your opponent does. So they're not really, it's not really that skillful. But that doesn't mean that you can't play dwarves at a high level, apparently. Yeah, round 3, here we go. Is it possible to scrub the video back on Twitch? Nope. Twitch sucks. I'm sorry, Twitch viewers, but it's true. It's true. YouTube, you can scroll back, man. Also, Twitch is like the main reason we don't have higher bit rate. What a ripoff. Are flame cannons only valid versus undead or more? So it's a common misconception that fire damage is good against undead. There's not that much that actually makes fire damage more useful against undead than anything else. I guess it slows down healing a bit, and Tomb Kings have some fire weakness. But like, let's say Vampire Coast, right? Fire damage doesn't do anything. Against a lot of the stuff that Vampire counts field, fire damage is not that useful. What's much more useful is DPS. Because if you kill a unit faster, they heal less. So high damage factions that don't do fire is great. So if you look at Slanesh, they're a pretty good option. If you look at Beastmen even, Beastmen can kind of tussle against undead. You kind of need high leadership though, if you're going to face them, but you just want high DPS. But flame cannons, they don't really do that well, as far as I can tell, versus undead, because I don't know if they kill things fast enough for the price. Are flame cannons at all valid? Some people run them, but I personally am not a big fan because I think cannons are just better. At 300 gold less, they have way more range and the DPS is very similar. Doesn't the -8 leadership from Burnt make them crumble faster? Another misconception. There's no such thing as crumbling faster. Undead have like, what, like 30 base leadership or like 40? The way that works is they have a really low base leadership, which means they're always crumbling. The thing about crumbling though is that it does like no damage. So crumbling deals as much damage as they regenerate a lot of the time through their healing. So they will often out heal crumbling even if they are at high yeah, they'll out heal their crumbling even if they're below the leadership threshold. What you really want is the disintegrating, but to get there you need to get the undead unit to -50 leadership. -35 leadership is easy, anyone can get it. -85 leadership, that is as hard as routing a unit of dwarven longbeards. More or less. So like, you know, You're just not. You're just not. I guess technically Longbeards are even harder to route. But like a unit of skeletons is as hard to route as a unit of Longbeards. So don't really expect like that tiny little bit of extra leadership penalty to get them to shattered. Yeah, Longbeards are also ITP. So a unit of skeletons would be slightly easier to route than a unit of Longbeards. But it's a unit of skeletons. And they also have to stay below that crumbling leadership threshold for a decent amount of time to actually like completely go away. It's very rare that you see them full shatter. You're not a Malachi believer? How much more value do your units actually get thanks to his buffs? So Malachi, the biggest thing, I think accuracy and reload skill makes all your units get 10% more value because they'll shoot 10% faster. Technically not a full 10% because the first volley is free. But let's say you have a unit of cannons. My cannons got 1,000 gold damage last game, which means that if you include the reload skill, that's 100 gold that I got off of this. Not to mention the accuracy. The range bonus can get you a whole extra volley in before the enemy gets to you. A whole extra volley is at least 100 gold, right? A unit of cannons shooting at a unit of marauders. If it takes a quarter of the HP off, that's 100 gold. You affect 2 artillery pieces with this. It pays for itself just by the range bonus. Not to mention the extra damage that you get from this. Malachi himself is a 1,050 gold lord with the range attack that does a lot of deeps, and he's unbreakable. So he's honestly not the worst. Oh, up against Serika, nice. Yo, yo. Yeah, he's honestly not the worst. So I think I think it's pretty worth. I think it's pretty worth. All right, Serika time. I wonder how a dwarf army would look if you only used the rule of cool. Well, you'd have a thunder barge. Honestly, a lot of my stuff, you know, a lot of my builds end up getting pretty close to that. Wood Elves, Vampire Coast, and Bretonia. Holy crap, that's rough. That's real bad. Alright, so I'll ban, what? Wood Elves and Chaos Dwarves to start off. Thunder Barges aren't cool. Tell that to CA's marketing team. This thing's sick. It's advertised. It's like the whole thing around Malachi's mechanic. $100 gold from ranged and 100 gold from reload times 3 cannons. That's 600 gold. Or if you can take a naked lord and have an extra cannon, that gets 1,000 gold. So Malachi is not the same as a naked lord though, right? Malachi has like a sick missile attack. So I guess like the naked lord could move in. You could have an extra cannon. You also are not really factoring in the fact that accuracy can make them like twice as effective at shooting other artillery pieces. So like I was giving the least generous math for the dwarves possible. So I wasn't including the 10% extra damage, and I wasn't including the extra reload skill. I mean, no, the extra accuracy. And I also assume that you only got 1 extra volley from the range bonus, and that your opponent, you know, the whole like your cannons have a whole 50-meter range extra bubble of don't go into this area. Like the benefits of that is crazy. Being able to outrange your opponent's artillery is crazy, right? but these are more nebulous benefits. So that means the bare minimum advantage that you get is already comparable to just swapping him for another cannon and a generic lord. But you also get all the benefits that I just said. So I think it is worth. Mostly the more nebulous idea of having extra range, because map control is really nice. Bretonia versus Dwarves is banned. Wood Elves versus Grand Cathay is banned. Let's ban... I kind of want to play Dwarves versus Wood Elves. Dwarves versus Coast is great. Chaos Dwarves versus Coast is probably fine. Chaos Dwarves versus Bretonia is a weird one. I think it's still a good one to maybe play. Grand Cathay versus Bretonia is probably fine. Grand Cathay versus Vampire Coast, though? I think you can win with Grand Cathay there. I kind of want to play anything versus Coast. So let's just leave the Vampire Coast matchups out and then play as Coast. Preferably with Dwarves. Flame cannons are cool. Literally not cool. Technically, yes, they are not cool. There's going to be a best of 9 versus what's it? Potatoes Devil. There won't be a best of 9 versus own goal because he has some life stuff to get to. How are you supposed to use the Slayer Pirates? They're really good versus skirmishers, I find. And they're fairly self-sufficient versus things like chariots and such. So if you're really worried about getting mobility rushed, Slayer Pirates can be better. He bans Coast versus Dwarves. Vampire Coast versus Chaos Dwarves. Let's play Dwarves versus Wood Elves. Alright. And the maps. Let's see here. What does Dried Floodplain look like again? Dried Floodplain. I'll ban Dried. Alright. So Changer's Madhouse or Road to Talabheim. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna roasty toasty some elves. Okay, Changer's Madhouse. Big ol' flat, ginormous map. Alright. Oh, what's this? Good times, good memes. Anyways. Yeah, this should be pretty chill, right? Wood Elves just don't really have the tools to get into the cookie jar. The big things is I gotta not get shot to death. And I gotta not get rushed to death. Both are fairly manageable. Though the shooting to death business is a little bit more annoying to deal with. Just a wee bit. Let's see here. Let's do... Yeah, let's just do this. How do you beat the Dowie Air Force with most factions? You can try and capture all the points. You can try and take some range units. If you're a Chaos faction, take some flyers and some range units. And then you're mostly there. That's the relative gist of it. Can't wait for a Grand Cathay game. It'll be coming. Is it best of 9 versus Oishi possible? Yeah, just gotta message him. Been playing a lot of best of 9s lately though. And they are kind of exhausting because these players are so good. So I might take a mini break and then go back on it after today. If you didn't super tech against Dwarf Air Force builds, then what can most builds do? So you don't have to super tech against dwarf builds. So most anti-dwarf builds will naturally be good against air squads and ground squads. Like Norska has to take, you know, like let's say 4 axe throwers and 2 manticores. And then they're kind of fine, right? Like if they go a ground game, you have axe throwers and manticores, right? It's not the end of the world. If they go air game, you have your defenses set up for that. So you're not really too worried either way. If you're playing, like, let's say greenskins, you're gonna need a bunch of archers, right? But, like, they're also good against the dwarven ground game. So it's not the worst, really. With a handful of, like, special tech units. So, like, let's say, I don't know, even, like, harpies are pretty good versus dwarves. Because harpies can just disrupt range units in a pinch. You also got your reserves, so you leave them in your reserves and you summon them in as needed. And most ranged factions will just take a lot of range naturally. So like Wood Elves, Empire, Cathay, they don't have to worry about the Dwarven air game. Because they're just going to get shot out of the skies anyways. So yeah. Biggest issue would be like Khorne versus Grand Cathay. I think that's the worst case scenario. Like Khorne versus Grand Cathay, they can't even super tech against it if they wanted to. Okay, technically you can bring double Bloodthirster, 4 Furies. But even then, I think you actually still lose as Khorne. It's that bad. I guess I would give you the best chance though, right? Like 4 Horsemen, 4 Furies, 2 Bloodthirsters, and just hope. Just hope that it goes well. Still remember beating a 0 value Thunderbarge with 2 cannons and 2 crane gunners? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's always great. You win the who has the coolest army build with 2 Bloodthirsters. It's a plus. It's a plus. You'll never win the main game though. Obese chicken. I'm not that harsh, am I? Am I? All right, maybe we're a little harsh. It's true though. It's true. It's true. All of these what ifs. Although I don't know. I think it's I've played too much of this game because there's not a lot of situations where I'm just like, you know, I never really considered that. People are throwing memes at me all the time, so I feel like I have a really good understanding of why specific memes are bad at this point in my career. I've been proven wrong though. Never forget the Grail Relique situation. Or just as the Malachi, right? If you told me before, you know, what if you take Malachi and you buff up your cannons? I would be like, bro, they're just gonna capture all the points and you're gonna lose. Turns out, they uptrade so hard, you're gonna win. you just uptrade like crazy. But the only way for me to be proven wrong is usually actually seeing it in game. Yeah, it's Nerexa. How do you let dwarves through? It's because one of his factions was Vampire Coast. And if you don't ban 2 Vampire Coast factions, at least you're a goner. He also had to ban all the Betonia matchups because Betonia versus Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, and Grand Cathay is all kind of sus. All sorts of sus. So he also didn't really want to do that. You know what? I'm going to try and get a sick bait and catch here. If he's full rushing me, these guys potentially just die outright. But in a possibly bad matchup, you want to be a little careful here. So this is how you want to play it, right? Malachi in the pocket with his crew. He has the buff, which has just enough range to cover everybody. Just have to go a little bit tighter. There we go. Square formations for days. All right, turn off fire at will. So you asked for it. Ranged Maxim. Ready? Good luck, have fun. So here's the thing. We're both gonna have some stealth units. He could have more stealth units than me. And he could outgun these poor range units here. Looks like early capture over here is all right, being had. So he's gonna slowly capture that one. So there he is. We want to shoot up those Way Watchers first and foremost. Just get him out of here. Just get him out of here. We don't want no Way Watchers in this business. Huge first volley. All right. Very nice. Just gonna keep bullying them. If I can get them off the battlefield from the get-go, that'd be real nice. Arrows of Kurnos whiffs because we're on a hill. Love that feeling. Very nice. These guys just gotta run. Malachi's gonna range boost them. And then if I start spamming out these guys, we're good. Way Watchers have been deleted. Wildwood Rangers are gonna die chasing some Bugmans. What a grim fate that has beheld them. So there we go. Let's just move on up. That's a massive value trade at the start. He lost about 2,000 gold and I lost about 800, which will probably rally too. That is about as good as it gets. Stealth units are moving on up. They want to hit up the Glade Guard here. Bugman's heal. So they're having a great time. Let's get that volley off. Very nice. So that just straight up deletes the remainder of the Wildwood Rangers. We move over here. And we just want to keep spamming out units. I don't want the Giant Slayers just yet. I don't know about them. This will be a pretty good capture though. Half the Bugmans lived, so they'll heal back up to half HP. And they're stealth. So you really don't have to worry. That's pretty good arrows of Kurnos on a couple Quarrelers. Honestly, not the biggest deal ever. We just want to group up and take it slow. You can bring double arrows of Kurnos in this tournament. I just noticed. This guy has double arrows. All right. So I want to get my Bugmans in range because he's just going to keep hammering me with Way Watchers forever. Just dodge it up. There we go. Yeah, he has super beat up Way Watcher unit over there. If I keep dodging his shots, he shouldn't be able to get too much damage in. So we're just gonna chill. We're just gonna relax. Not get shot up too much. And just sit back and relax. Damage overall is not super scary. We can continue to dodge. And maybe get a volley off here. Yeah, partial volley. Nothing too crazy though. This Waystalker is gonna be annoying though. He will continue to pepper my forces. I think we're only dealing with 2 Way Watchers, however, which is not the end of the world. Remember, Malachi's buff is real nice too. A little bit of a dodge. A little bit of a return volley over there. This is how the matchup works. You just want to stay in stealth as much as possible. It's arrows of Kurnos on my miners, not too much damage. Rangers and Iron Drakes, also not too much damage. You can see how painful those Malachi volleys are, by the way. These Quarrelers will have to back up. Rangers can, I can use these Rangers to bait the Way Watchers forwards, though. Let's get another one of these. Keep dodging. It's just a slow burn. It's a slow burn. That's how it works. The miners will be great, though. You get a pretty nice volley on the Way Watchers there. He should reveal them soon in this area. And then hopefully I can get a good volley off with these guys. There he goes. And you made it. Suddenly volley fire from some rangers hidden away. We rout off his way watchers over there, which is marvelous. If I just keep reinforcing this, he's pretty boned, right? The Malachi buffs are insane. I gotta make sure his lord doesn't bait too much out here, though. Let's relocate so that he never really knows where my range units are. Let's bring in another giant slayer real quick. Trading wise, we're doing real well. Get a big volley on this Spellweaver of Life. That's good. This is big skirmish micro plays that we gotta make here. Whoop. Oh, the dodge, the barely dodge. You got a pretty nice volley there, and then back to stealth. There's ways in this game where you can re-stealth very quickly. His Waystalker just got in range. Okay. How much value did he get? I think he wants to re-summon him, right? I think he wants to de-summon him. And then just get more arrows of Kurnos out. That would make a lot of sense. I really don't want to go wide, though, because that could just be a death sentence. Run, Rangers, run! Pretty good volley over there by the Way Watchers. Return fire, though, is brutal. I have lots of ammunition to spare, too. And soon we'll be summoning in Iron Breakers. They'll be quite nice. Overall, value trading is fairly even. Yeah, his Waystalkers, he's just moving them in so that they die, I guess. I can move a Giant Slayer onto this point, though. I think that would be really nice. It looks like, yeah, he's just trying to sack them instead of desummoning, which is a little bit surprising to me. If I triple cap him, though, we're really starting to put time pressure on. And of course, Norgrimlings will be great. I think he's just trying to use them for vision right now. Norgrimlings are in, though. Malachi's gonna get that capture started. Very nice. I just have to make sure I'm not too wide here. But that's not too bad. Here you go. We got our units over there. So his Stag Knights will be taking a lot of heat. Going for a nice wide loose formation is very comfortable. Because it means that if he doesn't time his engagement just right, he's going to get blasted. Blasted by an uncomfortable amount of ranged firepower. He hasn't desummoned his guys yet either. But he's going to use his Flesh to Stone here to start off. To keep those Stag Knights alive. Now, Waywatcher volleys are going to be shooting into the flanks of my range units here. There's not a whole lot we can do about it. I just kind of have to accept that. That's what's going to happen. It ain't the end of the world, though. Giant Slayers can get in there. The big fight is on. He has a bunch of Wildwood Rangers here on the flank. But many of my range units are still alive and operational. Wildwood Rangers eat a massive volley to the face, too. How's Malachi doing? Should be able to capture this. Blade Singers are coming in, though. So we're just gonna back up from the Blade Singers. Oop. Okay, actually, maybe no, maybe we do actually just fight it. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Gonna need another Iron Breaker coming on in. These guys are real slow. Oh. They got caught by Wildwood Rangers somehow, some way along the way. I see. Well, that's actually really funny. Sisters of Thorn get brought in, which are not usually the best options here versus dwarves. So we'll see how they actually perform. Malachi is just shooting, and hey, Blade Singers actually took a lot of damage from the Giant Slayer, so not the worst fight over there. Giant Slayers are definitely a good centerpiece to this build. They've been doing great. So overall, capture points have been okay. Let's get the Norgrimlings out. I'm really surprised he didn't desummon the Waystalkers. I feel like they could have gotten a lot of work done, but maybe that's just me. If this is the full commitment of his forces, we're still sitting fairly comfortable. Blasting charges are away. I really want to get a blasting charge volley on these Wildwood Rangers, but we'll see what is possible. Oh, geez, these guys. They're not going to be ready in time for that charge. Range unit shenanigans. Paying us once again. Here we go. Let's start desummoning. I'm going to need to start resummoning soon because we actually have all our units on the field. Overall, at least, it seems like. Wow, that was a massive volley. Just deleting those fools. And wow, the Blade Singers died to the Giant Slayers. Oh my god. Now that part's really surprising. I did not expect that. That's gonna be a nasty one for him then. And remember, he's about to be triple capped, so time pressure is really gonna hurt soon. I think yeah, I think the Weight Watchers just weren't really enough. Malachi's shooting up this little character here. We probably won't be able to triple cap him, but I can get him into a pretty sketchy situation. Wildwood Rangers just fighting away. Hawk Riders, no way they beat Iron Breakers in a fight. Iron Breakers are terrifying. He does stop the capture, though, of Malachi. And he does bring in another Weight Watcher, so more volleys will be coming in soon. Waystalkers, though, ain't got no chance. I should be able to secure this point and the middle. This is more of a feint then in the end, right? Ouch. Okay, Malachi. So I'm gonna have to start dodging with Malachi lest the Weight Watchers get him. At the very least, if I can keep Malachi alive, it distracts his Weight Watchers for a long time, which is actually really good for us. He may even capture the point, which would be amazing. Oh my god, you're kidding me. The accuracy of the Weight Watchers too makes them easier to dodge. So I do manage to secure the point. Malachi can run back to make it slightly easier for him to dodge, just like that. Nice. And it's looking pretty bad. Yeah, I'll have to tell you, this is looking pretty bad for the Wood Elves. Both of our forces are pretty well brutalized, but he doesn't have a lot of dudes that are good in melee, right? I think just going the mass range style was a little too spicy. Malachi going to yeah, just keep distracting Weight Watchers for some time. Just never let him get on the point. Oh my god, the Malachi dodges. He's just never gonna kill him with the Weight Watchers now that I'm paying attention. Get that campaign dodging experience going. Dodge it up, Malachi. Okay, yeah, he's targeting something else now. He's done with that. And yeah, I think he's just out of units, man. Dude, the mass ranged army build for the Dwarves actually did it. The Iron Breakers were actually so sick too, they just did not die. Iron Breakers did not give a crap about anything. And honestly, I don't think his Waystalkers actually got valued. I'll have to double check. But Iron Breakers were sick, man. Dude, Malachi can... Oh, jeez. No, Malachi. Eh, he's at 300. He'll be fine. If I maintain the double cap, we'll be good. We blasting charge his Spellweaver, which accidentally made me take some friendly fire damage, but she will die. Malachi, live. 150 life, Malachi. Here we go. Just duck and weave. Duck and weave, Malachi. Duck and weave. 150. Do it for another 50 seconds, you'll live. Here they come. You're a Slayer. You were made for this. Oh, man. He finally gets some, but a little too late, right? He also loses his Lord. Whew. That's going to be a solid victory. It's not a Lord throw. Actually, I guess putting him here was a little throwy, but... Anyways, dwarves don't really care about their Lord being dead. He will continue fighting forever. That kill was personal for him. Yeah, it definitely wasn't worth it, right? It wasn't worth it to try and kill Malachi there, but you have to get something after that game. That was pretty brutal. Him losing that first Weight Watcher was really bad. The early Weight Watcher snipe definitely put us in a wonderful position. His Waystalkers didn't do that much because they gave me a lot of ground and they couldn't shut down anything. And his Wildwood Rangers were not especially good. Not versus the blasting charges. Blade Singers, I can't believe they actually died to Giant Slayers. That's so disappointing. And yeah, cavalry, pretty rough. I think he could have won that, but there were just a few too many rough engagements. Some that were really hard to spot. I think if you play as Wood Elves, you want an Eagle Lord to camp above the Rangers so you can see them. I've played these kind of kite type games a lot before, and that's generally the best way to manage it, I feel. Because without some sort of vision, the dwarves will constantly be just coming out of ambush and getting free value. And that's just bad. That's just really bad. Yeah, Malachi died to the charge, not the arrows. He was too good at weaving. Fun match though, very fun match. So there you go. I hope you enjoyed your maximum ground ranged infantry for dwarves. Typically I would have taken a gyrocopter to spot his stealth units, but it was fun. It was fun playing it this way. I don't know if Malachi's buffs this game really helped out that much though, because he was kind of away from the main army. No artillery because we got donation requests. Artillery is also really good. You can take one artillery piece. Actually, let me double check how many arrows of Kurnos it takes to kill dwarven artillery, because it's quite the menace. Let's take a look-see. So if we go as Wood Elves and we go as dwarves and run some cannons, I'm pretty sure Arrows of Kurnos has a hard time sniping the dwarven artillery, but I could be wrong here. Maybe it's the same as usual. Malachi buffs were huge on the third capture point. Usually you stick him with artillery. Alright, let's see this. Arrows of Kurnos. Ooh, yeah, so it does take 3 arrows of Kurnos hits to kill a cannon. So that means even optimally, you kill 6 cannon entities after using all your arrows. So that means 2 Waystalkers wouldn't actually uptrade too well against 2 cannons, because it'd still be 2 cannons remaining. They do have the normal shots, but the cannons can fire back and do a lot of damage. I think if you have a gyrocopter to spot, you can probably bully the Wood Elves with artillery here. Yeah, it's 1 cast 1 model for normal cannons, but dwarven cannons is, you know, all 3 arrows have to hit the same place. Very interesting. But yeah, I think in that game, Malachi, if he was near the Bugmans for longer, he could have kept that range up. Him being near the Rangers is pretty funny though. I think it helped me get a couple volleys on his Way Watchers, which I think still actually pays for itself. Because his Way Watchers were at the very edge of range. So the Rangers wouldn't have been able to shoot back otherwise. Malachi's buff definitely helped there. It's 350 though, so I think it would have just paid for itself. So it would be interchangeable with other stuff. They used to hit the same model in Warhammer 2. Yeah, not anymore. Best case scenario, Malachi with cannons will win all artillery duels in the game. You can even win artillery duels over a hill if you take like a Goblobber. I think that's one of the best case scenarios. Then of course Malachi himself is a pretty cool lord. That Unbreakable is just sick. Very hard to kill. Yeah, with infantry it's not super crazy. Yeah. The hardest part is keeping Malachi close enough to all your infantry so they get the range buff. So you'd need a really slow and plodding build instead of going super wide like I did that game. So yeah, I think if you're going really wide, you could do better by just having like some cheapo dude and a cannon, and an extra cannon. Because extra cannons are just good. You just have a whole extra cannon. Unless you really want that range, which you don't always need. Yeah. Yo, Goblobber's hype though. Goblobber's amazing. Very accurate. Because it has chevrons. Has a discouraged -16 plus hit by artillery. So you can route units left, right, and center with this. I actually wonder now. Is I think Dwarven Grudge Throwers were one of the tankiest units in the game. I remember testing it. I know Skaven are like all trebuchet shaped artillery has more HP than like cannon artillery. So like all trebuchet and catapults will generally have a little bit more HP, I think. Or maybe I'm just thinking about the Skaven, I forget. I was doing a bunch of fireball tests before. But if I Arrows of Kurnos this bad boy, will it die or will it live? So that's Arrows of Kurnos 1, doesn't kill anything. This one got hit twice, this one got hit once. Okay, yeah, no, it is still 3 shots to kill, so they are not tankier, they will still die. So you do have to be a little careful. Yo, Queen Bess. I wish Queen Bess was actually usable. I don't know what you'd have to do to make Queen Bess usable. Just make its explosion even bigger. To the point where you can't dodge it. That'll do. Alright, so who else has a 100% win rate? I've won 3 games out of 3 with dwarves. Danican and Martin are playing off. The winner will be facing me. No, Danican lost a round. Dang. So Martin, if Martin wins, then he will face me for sure. If Danican wins versus Martin, then it's a toss-up. Its projectile should fly faster. That doesn't really make sense though, right? Like the physics just doesn't make sense. It would have to shoot lower. Just make it a cannon. Make it shoot horizontally. Honestly, it would be better as a cannon rather than a mortar. Have it be pulled by a crab chaos dwarf style. Ooh. Chariot best. So making it more accurate would not help with multiplayer because people would dodge it. They're already dodging it, so they could just dodge it even harder. Once the fight gets started though, accuracy could do a lot if you just like summon it in. Get a manual shot, like targeted shot on the ground. Then it does a lot of work there, maybe. Go Martin, he's always so close to glory. He is, man. Martin's a pretty scary player, but I think it's like a consistency thing. We'll see though. Today could be his big day. I don't think there's something that can be done about dodging without being super jank. So one thing you could do is to make it where you can't see which units the enemy is targeting with their ranged. That would be just a slight nerf to dodging overall. That is not super janky. I don't know if it's the most popular thing in the world though, because it just kind of makes the game less readable in single player. Maybe you disable it in multiplayer or something, I don't know. But, or maybe you just only disable it with like long range artillery. That way at least you don't know exactly who's being shot at. Instead of like, you know, having like 10,000 IQ, you know exactly where those cannons are pointing. Projectiles less visible would do it, yeah. In Shogun, they were less visible. I kind of like visible projectiles, though. Scatter shot. Changing Queen Bess entirely would be too much work for CA, sadly. All right, here we go. Yeah, anyone excited about the patch, by the way, tomorrow? I think I will play the patch and do a single player only war stream. That could be fun. All right, here we go. If you don't target your artillery, there's no indicator. If you don't target your artillery, then yes, no one knows where it's shooting. But I don't think that's to your advantage most of the time. So patch wasn't completely canceled. The patch is going to be a beta, I think. I think they're launching it as a beta. So as long as we don't run into any crazy problems, it should still be fine. Don't opt into the beta if you have an AMD GPU. Otherwise, have fun. Rub it in the faces of all the AMD users out there. For no reason in particular. I got nothing against them, but you got a power trip somewhere, right? Anyways, I'll be excited to try out the new traits. Some of them are insane. You can give your slawns like plus 20 melee stats. You can actually have battle slawns. I can't wait. It's gonna be so hype. Did I see correctly when you played Empire into you that I spread the fire of the rocket launcher by changing targets during unloading? I don't know. If I did, it was unintentional. Yeah, it doesn't matter how weak your graphics card is. If you can play Warhammer, it's still a flex. Poor AMD users. Yo, can you actually change targets mid-shot? Yo, that's fun. So maybe there's some sick target changing tech. Some unexplored territory, because a lot of people haven't used artillery. Martin beat Danican. Oh, dang. Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, Grand Cathay. Hey, we got Martin in the house. Hell yeah. All right. Give me your worst. He likes playing Empire. So the fact I have Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, and Grand Cathay is kind of hilarious. Yo, Martin, he's out for blood today. He beat Danican. What were Danican's factions? I gotta see how on his game he is today. Martin, Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh, Demons of Chaos. Danican was going for Dark Elves, Grand Cathay, High Elves. Grand Cathay, wow. All right. Okay, let's see. So I'm first ban. I'm going to ban Dwarves versus nothing. I'm gonna ban Chaos Dwarves versus Slanesh. Seems like a good start. They finally gave Mazdamundi one better spell after 10 years. Yo, hype. What did they change with Mazdamundi? Mazdamundi. Control F, Mazda. Some Lord added skill, which improves Temple Guard, Apotheosis, Harmonic Convergence to Apotheosis and Soul Quench. Nice. That's not too bad. A little bit of Soul Quench in action. I love how they kind of acknowledge that buff spells are bad. Instead of fixing buff spells, they'll like just give him another damage spell. That's good enough. What the crap are they doing, man? What the crap is that? How about you make harmonic convergence a spell worth using? I don't know. Maybe that would be a good solution. Whatever. I'll take the band-aid. It's better than nothing. Clearly CA don't have enough people working on the game right now. So what can you do? Do I want to play against Grand Cathay Demons of Chaos? Nah. Grand Cathay versus Slanesh is hilarious. I must play that one. Chaos Wars versus Warriors of Chaos? Nah. It's either Dwarves or Grand Cathay. No Chaos Wars. Did they nerf Masamundi besides spell change? I think he got a better, like... I think he got like a second generation Slann, like army-wide buff or something. The second generation Slans all got like a cool like ability passive thing. Like a trait. And I think he starts with the trait too, so. Yeah. Yo, Cathay versus Slanesh, come on, give it to me. Give me the Cathay versus Slanesh. I know you want to, Martin. You must. You saw someone say Pam's pelt is better than Flock of Doom. And then you thought of me? Yeah. The pelt is, you know, honestly, if you can cast these buff spells at the beginning of cav fights, they do actually do pretty good. All right, and you know what to do? I taught you the build. Yeah, I know what to do. It's the easiest game of my life. Where's it at? Grandest Cathay versus Slanesh. Do I have it saved? I don't, but I can just make it on the spot. It's fine. Harmonic Convergence can save 20 to 30% HP off of a supposedly even cavalry trade. Yeah, so like, I guess like it's pretty cheap, but like also cavalry trades are usually not even, right? So like cavalry trades, you're going like, you're not just gonna field bad cavalry to potentially uptrade into good cavalry, because you can't spam harmonic convergence. You'd only be able to take one of those fights and then you're stuck with bad cavalry. If you take better cavalry, you don't need harmonic convergence because your opponent's gonna be avoiding that fight anyways, right? It's very rare that you're gonna have two people that want their cavalry to fight. This is why nets and slows are so much better, because a net turns almost all cavalry trades into a one-sided stomp. You know, and it doesn't cost that much more than harmonic convergence. Warriors of Chaos, Grand Cathay is banned. Dwarves versus Demons of Chaos is banned. Slanesh versus Grand Cathay. All right, get in here. Get in here. I'm so excited. What's the map? Give me the map. The map is I'll ban what? Needle Mist? Needle Mist Isle? Needle. Alright. Alright, he's done for. Dude, he's so done for. There's no way, man. There's no way. Grand Cathay stomps in this matchup, theoretically. Which we will have to test out, but the double balloon is just good. Double balloon is kind of just amazing. So what we want here is make Cathay proud. I'm gonna do my best. Second generation gets 40% spell intensity. You know, harmonic convergence actually would have benefited more from spell intensity, but whatever, man, whatever. All right. So, obviously, you go double balloon. Obviously. After you go double balloon. You know, I could do this. I could do this. This ain't too bad. Yeah, this ain't too bad. And I can take 2 of these. Ooh. Ooh, alright. Then I bring in one of those. Yo, this is gonna be sick, man. It's gonna be sick. Unless he's totally ready for it. And then he murders me. Why is the thumbnail in the picture? It's my army blocker. It's my army blocker. It's not a YouTube bug. Alright, so he's gonna be spamming in a couple elite Slaneshi forces. I will need a couple of these dudes. Do I want cavalry spam or do I want just more stuff? Jade Lancers are not bad versus Hellstriders, but they kind of do bad versus everything else. So I almost want to just have like way more halberds, just a ludicrous number of halberds. Is that what makes the most sense? It's probably fine. Gonna bring 2 sky junks again? Dude, sky junks are legitimately awesome. Sky junks is so good, man. They have become meta. The iron balloon build. The scariest thing about sky junk builds, though, is just getting full captured. If he just captures everything, we're dead. And today's gonna be so good for learning my counter picks, though. For the grand old tournament, whenever that shows up. Any moment now. Any moment now, and we're good. The map. What map do you want, man? What map? How do I signal to him? There's no in-game chat. How do I... Okay, wants to play Geyser Bluff. Okay, we're good. Yo, there being no way to message in game is so annoying. I wish there could be a ping. If there was like a ding thing that's like, hey, check your Discord, please. That would be great. Let's see how implement that. Just make it like Hearthstone, you know, Hearthstone emotes. I want to spam well met. All right. So the big test. Does this Cathay build cook against one of the better players in the game? I would bet in-game messaging got cut because it kind of all happened for a few companies, at least for Blizzard and Warhammer. I think there might have been some new rules around like age ratings or something. There might have been some new age rating rules that said that like, hey, you know, if anyone can message, they can say literally anything. Which means that, you know, everything has to be R-rated, I guess. If there's an in-game chat. Okay, I'm kind of making stuff up, but I feel like maybe there's something there, or like if they're unable to moderate it, then they get penalized or something. And then because of that, a bunch of companies were like, well, I guess no more in-game chat. That's what I think. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to just remove a feature normally, right? Okay, Seekers and Chosen. Whoa. Whoa there, buddy. All right, so we bought Chosen. Interesting. The Chosen of Slaanesh. A very scary unit indeed. And Sigvald. Okay, Sigvald's less scary. You got Rampage or something? Gotta have a Rampage somewhere. I'd love to know what his other magic is before I get the Dune Dragons. Yeah, we're gonna ward off these Seekers though. Look at them, they're terrified. You want none of this business. Oh, that's right, it's spooky. It's spooky. I don't actually want to cast a spell. But yeah, we're just gonna freak him out a bit. Just keep rolling up with the balloons. There's his caster. He has Hysterical Frenzy and the Lash of Slaanesh. He's doing a good job though, right? So he's just playing for time. He's gonna dodge if I shoot with the balloons. So there's no point really going for that. What we want is to hunker down on a point and then chill. The balloons will poke away. He doesn't have Pavane, which is so important. We're just gonna get our Celestials in here. All be giddies. Force him to play a little bit more carefully. Is he gonna see this? He doesn't see it. Oh, the humanity. That's pretty brutal. Gonna go for the next capture point. So these are Chaos Warriors. I know he has Chosen, so we gotta be ready for that. Here we go. And here we go. Pretty good deeps overall. We're going to get yet another one of these guys. Just spam them up. It's quarter HP down. It's already like 200 value on these. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Gonna just start blasting them. Enjoy the double cap. And we're chilling. Yeah, there's not a lot he can actually do about this. Sigvald's even taken some damage from the balloons, as they are rather terrifying. So I'm just gonna bully Sigvald just a little bit, right? Just yeah, just have fun with him. I do have Final Transmutation. That's pretty funny. You know, if he just gives me all 3 capture points, like I'll threaten it. I don't think I'll actually go for it, but the potential is there to try and take it. Let's get a barrage in on those Seekers. Very painful. Zhao's getting in there. He's gonna beat him up. Let's get more Celestials. He casts a spell of some sort. Okay. What do you do? Hysterical Frenzy? I see. Let's get Zhao out of there. Let's get Zhao out of there. So he just overcast Hysterical Frenzy for nothing. Love to see it. And I'll have 2 Dragon Guard here, so that should be a point capture. Let's just continue blasting here. We know Furies can't do nothing. Alright, here we go. It's Chaos Warriors. Where are the Chosen at? Yeah, they're the Chosen. Blast them. Melt them up. Beat them up. I'll get the Crowman in here in a little bit. Chosen ain't got nothing on these guys, though. They're pretty brutal. Let's just keep bullying his Seekers while we're at it, too. I'd love for him to surround Zhao, because then I can do some of this action. Oh, does he know? Does he see it coming? He does it. Hey, nice. We re-transform Zhao. We gotta start blasting into that little blob over there. Gotta get some more Crowman in. All right, then just drop down, drop it like it's hot, right? Just right on Sigvald's filthy face. I said right on Sigvald's filthy face. It's gonna be a little sus. It's gonna be a nice Final Transmutation though. Bird is the word. We're doing the best. Gonna be able to get a good charge on these Seekers at least. Zhao will be able to live. Another bombardment on them, but they got magic resist. They're hype. And what do I want? Just more Dragon Guard, I guess. Now, where are those chosen? I know he has them. Although I'd love to just bomb drop this. That would be amazing. In the meantime, Zhao's just gonna chill. We got the bomb drops coming in. If they could stop leashing back into melee, that'd be sick. Ah, but they don't have their thing. They're still in melee. What a ripoff. Okay, that's a little rough. Yeah, there we go. All right, there's a bomb drop. Now he's going to triple cap us. The damage is looking pretty nasty, at least. I will have another bird dropping soon. Zhao, of course, is still alive. I can keep bullying Siggy, I guess. I will need more winds of magic, though, but it should at least be possible. There's certainly a lot of armor here. So we're going to have to make use of our birds. More vortexes. There we go. Zhao is... he's fighting Sigvald. It's not the prettiest fight in the world, though. Unfortunately, Celestial Dragon Guard kind of let him down, but this final transmutation should absolutely cook. There we go. That's a pretty nasty one. That's a pretty nasty one. Hits almost all his units. And now what we want is some basic capture weight. We're going to spam the Peasant Horseman into the horizon. We're going to bring him in for as much capture weight as I can manage. Because I think I really do need to secure some points here. In the end, Zhao does manage to survive. He's going to continue hunting Sigvald. And of course, I do still have most of my Celestials alive here too. With the help of the double bird action, I think we can probably kill Siggy too. And then it's just going to come down to not losing on capture points, which the horsemen are amazing for. So that's capture point number 1. Fairly well secured. Sigvald suffering. He ain't doing too hot. Dragon Guard doing great. That final transmutation did him no favors. There we go. We're going to halt the movement of these guys so that my other horsemen can get the charge on them. Pretty painful. No dragon form just yet. Grizz Rant, thank you very much for the sub. Okay, let's keep getting those balloon hits in. Siggy's almost dead. I guess I don't really get that much for transforming, right? I even lose out on capture weight. I don't know if I really want to transform. Anyways, this capture point will be good. The balloons are chilling. He's at 1,000 tickets though, so time is of the essence. Let's see if we can kill off these dudes. Keep shooting the Chaos Knights. Sigvald should die. And without Sigvald, even though they have ITP, the leadership hit is just really painful. I think I do want to summon Jade Lancers here. Optimally. There you go. There's a big charge. Just in time for Sigvald to die if everything goes well here. Come on. Gotta spam halberds. So he's triple capped us, but he's about to lose like almost everything, right? Point gets captured. So it's still only a double cap and like everything here is routed. So given that my opponent is effectively tabled and I do still have 2 balloons in the sky, just crushing face. Zhao can transform now just to make it easier to clear off these fools. Very, very nice. I think it's pretty over. The balloons. They are too painful to deal with. Oh my god, those Chaos Knights. With just a little bit of ammunition left, they are massacring those poor fools. Alright, I just have to win the capture race then. Gonna get another barrage here. One more sick barrage. Ooh. Alright, I know he turned Fire at Will back on. so that they actually keep firing with their crane gunners on top. Zhao can go in. Siggy's dead. Siggy's a goner. Very nice. Yeah, I think this allows the crane gunners to keep shooting. And then with some Jade Lancers, we'll have the capture points. There is nothing left here for my opponent. It's gonna be a pretty solid victory. Very painful for Slaanesh. Resummons in a couple Chosen, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. Especially because I have amped up Pit of Shades coming on in. Whoop. And there we go. And that's gonna be game.
Unending glory is yours.
Very nice. Very nice. GG. You'll love to see it. So, that was disgusting. These dwarves seem a bit tall. There's only 2 proper dwarf factions. I picked the next best thing. Omega value on the Sky Junks. The bird is the word. Zhao with the sick final transportations. Murdered Siggy and a ton of infantry. That's a good one. His Chaos Knights did nothing, man. And the late game peasant spam is so nice. Celestial Dragons, Dragon Guard could be a little bit better, but I guess it's supposed to be anti-large. There you go, Karavdir. There's your Cathay win. You can also bring a lot of artillery as Cathay, but it's not nearly as good as the dwarves. Because the dwarves have Slayers. Slayers are the real winners when it comes to taking a ton of artillery. You just have to turn on fire at will for the Sky Junks, for the crane gunners to keep shooting. Very good tech. Very good tech. I'm like 90% sure you're wrong, and I'll test it again. But I think if they have 1 rocket, they have infinite crane gunner ammo. You know, I think it's like, I'm not entirely sure. I'm mostly going off what Karavdir said. Did anyone else see it shoot after I turned fire at will back on? Because I'm pretty sure that it's kind of like the land ship, which all had individual ammunition pools. That was quite the insight. But yeah, they run out of ammo at different times. It's weird. Grand Cathay versus Slaanesh. Grand Cathay wins. Very successful day today. Melee only factions are nicely exploitable sometimes. I don't know if I'd say nicely. I think a lot of people would disagree with that, but here, let's do a quick test. So you're 90% sure, right? So that means if I bet $1, you'd be willing to give me $10 back on this bet. Not that I can actually bet $1. Not that I really want your $10, but that's roughly how confident you are. So let's give it a quick go. Let's see. I'll take that bet. The thing is, I can't fulfill my side of the bet. So it's kind of unfair. All right, so I think the best way to do this is to be out of range. If the crane gunners can't shoot, then they should be, in theory, preserving their ammunition. Let's see. This will take a hot second. Hope you guys have been having a great day watching some Dwarven Cathay wins. The super slow factions. Here, if I'm wrong about this, all right, you can suggest a unit in the next match. It'll take a while though. This'll take a while. This is information coming from Karavdir though, right? Karavdir is like the resident Cathay main. He mains Cathay almost harder than anyone else in the community. Almost. I think Dark Age Rush was the other one. 1 unit. No, 1 unit equals $1 because he was willing to take 1 to 10 odds. That's very different. That's very different. All right. We're not betting a 50-50. He said he was 90% sure. Okay. Have you guys not bet on horse racing before? Come on. I haven't, but I have in D&D games. That totally reflects on how it works in real life. All right, here we go. Are we almost there? Are we almost there? So the crane gunners, they haven't shot a single shot. They should have ammunition. All right, so now it's out of ammunition. As you can see, the crane gunners, they sit, they lie in wait. And gambling addict confirmed. Come on, gambling companies. They could set me up for life, man, easily. I just gotta sell out, not my life. I gotta sell out the lives of other people. Totally ethical. Okay, let's see this. Turn on fire wheel. Will it shoot? Hey, they're shooting. Let's go.
Honoring my debts. Sorry for doubting you, Karavdir.
Let's go. It works. It works. God dang. Yeah, so it does actually work. You can be out of ammunition. You just have to turn on fire at will, and then it goes. Dang! You were testing at the same time? I'm not omniscient. Well, thank you very much for the $10. I hope you guys all learned about the weird jankiness about this game. So I think these guys do run out of ammunition, by the way. I think their ammunition pool is just hidden. Is there any way to... how long does it take to use all their ammunition? I guess we'll see. So that means it should work just like a land ship, right? Yeah. Look, Karavdir is obsessed with Cathay, man. Anything he says about Cathay is probably true. It's like 120 ammo. Dang. Yeah, let's see. Will fire at will turn off again when they run out of ammo on their own terms? It's slow. It's very slow. Karavdir did not discover the Moonbird tech though. I think someone suggested that I take the Moonbird and then it was actually just insane. You just never noticed? Dang. Yo, the hidden mechanics in this game are crazy. This game is just filled with riddles. He's gonna have a field day when the Monkey King finally releases. It's gonna be so sick. And then I'm gonna copy his builds and win his Cathay. I'm copying the builds, even if the player isn't a top tier player, people tend to still make really nice builds. If they're maining a faction. Because they're just going to take the most optimal build a lot of the time, right? Whether or not they can control their cavalry perfectly, let's say, is a different story. But it's so nice. Just like... just swiping builds left, right, and center. Can't you queue up moves? Yeah, but it's not that pretty. I guess... You know, if I was actually in a game, it would not be the worst to just queue up moves like this. Because it would help it spin at least a little bit. It's not the most effective spinning. The most effective is like this. Can you queue up moves like this? Oh, actually, you know what? That's not the worst. Yeah, yo, you can actually balloon tech with queuing. Oh my god. Oh, it's not the best though. It doesn't actually perfectly get it, but it's somewhat close, which I feel like is better than usual, right? Oh my god, we're discovering new Cathay tech. Nope, they're still not out of ammo. I'm pretty sure they will never run out of ammo by the looks of it. This is getting to absurd levels. Spin to win finds a way. What if I do this? What's the best way to queue commands? Because you can see it like, it shortens it up, right? So you actually have to like, yeah, I think you want to like do it like this, a little wider. And that way it doesn't get shortened together. Oh, it still deletes it though. What if I do a star formation? That's the most disgusting star I've ever drawn. Dang it, yeah, it simplifies too much. Even the spiral, it kind of simplifies. Oh yeah, it's gonna be so good in those 35-minute games, you don't even know. It's gonna be so OP. Oh, did they run out of ammo? They actually ran out. Holy crap, they ran out. They're not shooting no more. Quickly, someone tell me how long that was. Yeah, so crane gunners do run out of ammo. But it will be a ludicrous amount of time before they do. I think it's actually like 20 minutes of shooting, maybe. Yo! They ran out! Yeah, the value was crazy. 2,200. Insane. Biggest Cathay tech. 25-ish minutes of crane gunning. Well, they weren't crane gunning at the beginning, so you have to subtract the artillery fire time. Yeah, by the way, thank you so much again for the $10. Cabal. Thank you so much. It does actually help a lot. If you do have a unit you want to suggest, I'm happy to. I'm happy to take a look at it. I'm not going to throw the game. I did win the bet after all, but, you know, if you have something. Why not? Let's have some fun. The arms just got tired. Could the balloon get tired? I guess realistically it'd be like the gun barrel getting too hot, right? But that's boring. Zhao and a drum ROR next to the balloon. Why? What does that do? You're saying Zhao and the drum ROR? What does he have? He has Master of Alchemy, 25 damage for 20 seconds. Is that it? Do you have literally anything else? The Strength of Yang, melee balloon. I don't see the combo. 15 squats. They shoot faster? Well, with the drum, yeah, but why Zhao? Speaking of tired, all right, here you go. Oh boy, the squats. They're good for me though. I don't go on enough walks, so I actually genuinely need this. Reload skill from Harmony and the buff. But Zhao doesn't. Oh, Zhao just is natural Harmony. I see what you mean. I guess we already used the ammo though. Old cannons did catch and hold a lot of heat. Yeah. Turns out mini explosions inside your gun barrels is actually pretty insane. You see it with silencers too and suppressors. They get super hot. That's why they don't last a long time. Whew, all right, 5 more. Boy. I think in fairness, I should concede my choice of unit to Karaftir, who was right. Sure. Yo, Karaftir, which, well, we'll see what faction I get, but you have one unit ticket. It's gonna be the war drum. It's gonna be the war drum, I can feel it. Then we're gonna lose. No, war drum's actually good. Oh, stretch and hydrate, thank you. Oh, all right. Well, all right, here we go. Let's see what faction I get. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. He can make me throw the semis. If we lose, I'm just gonna play against Potatoes Devil right away. Best of 9 coming very soon, actually. As soon as we're done this tournament. Hopefully it ain't a long one. replaceable barrels for when the cannons got too hot. Jeez. For the spice. Alright, so what we're looking at. Who's top 4? There's myself at 4 wins. Serika at 3 wins. Martin at 3. Lord Hunter at 3. So that's it. That's the top 4. No tiebreakers needed. Wowza. Wowza, wowza. Wait, Danican not make it? He lost twice. What a noob. What a noob. Oh my god. Get wrecked, Danican. Okay. Oh, man. Danican, he's a terrifying player. But, yeah. Maybe people just kept banning his Dark Elves. Or maybe they just counterpicked. Or maybe he's a noob. Maybe he's a Scrub Lord now, you know? Don't have to worry about him no more. He fell off. Meanwhile, sometimes I just go like 1 in 3 in tournaments. Danicant, what is this? I guess I really need to get the Shadows of a Chance DLC. So many important units. Yeah, the whole needing to buy 1 million DLCs to play the different factions in Warhammer is a little bit rough. But balance right now at least is good enough where I think most of them are viable. Thank goodness. Before it was terrible. Any moment now, come on. Best of 4, let's go. Yeah, if they made it free in multiplayer, that'd be so hype. All right. The top 4 has been assembled. Apparently. Yes, there it is. And we are up against Lord Hunter. So let's see if we can find him. Lord. There we go. Yo, yo. I'm Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, Grand Cathay. What are they gonna be? What's the worst? What's the worst? Am I seriously gonna go 6-0? If I go 6-0 with Dwarves, Cathay, Chaos Dwarves, that would be quite a moment. I can see it already. I somehow won a tournament with the slowest factions in the game. Except Nurgle exists. Slowest gunpowder factions? The dwarf factions? I don't know. Interesting. Greenskins, Norska, and Korn. He's dead. Alright. Oh, he's so dead. Okay. You're up. I just ban all the Chaos Dwarf matchups. And then I air raid him, man. There's nothing you can do. Korn, Norska, Greenskins. Here we go. Slowest faction, double moonbirds. True, true. Shortest factions in the game. Ooh. Plus Cathay. And honestly, minus Chaos Dwarves. I haven't even played them yet. I'm gonna ban them out, but honestly, Dwarves and Cathay is just good against a lot of stuff. I just have to play it out right. Just take a bunch of Slayers. Where's that Grand Cathay versus... No, Dwarves versus Norska build? Yeah, this one. So this is good against any faction with no good ranged. This should annihilate Norska. It should do equally well versus Greenskins. Bans Greenskins, Chaos Dwarves. Nice. I'm gonna ban Norska Chaos Dwarves and Korn and Chaos Dwarves. Just ban all the Chaos Dwarves, and now he has to play either against Dwarves or Cathay with Greenskins, Norska, Korn. If he wins, I'm a noob. Skaven aren't very tall. They actually are. They just have really bad posture. Much like myself. They are when they... What is this? And they stand on each other in trench coats. You know, I'm surprised we don't have Skaven pigback riders. I feel like that would be some really good tech. Based on the Noblars. Noblars just crushing it, being like one of the best spear units in the game. I love that they don't have a knockdown animation. I see it was flexing that they had Nurglings down pat. They're like, we got this new tech that allows disjointed models to act as one entity. And then two Noblars in a trench coat, they're like, we can't do this anymore. It's too complicated. You really want me to go 6-0, so you'll try and pick a fun but viable unit? Nice, nice. I'm ready for it. So what are we gonna see banned? Is it gonna be a Goblin Hewer if he plays Greenskins? Trusting another Skaven to ride on your shoulders? That's true. Instant backstabbery. The Noblars! I feel like, you know, there's some camaraderie there, but Skaven? Mm-mm. So they do have genetically engineered Skaven to ride on. That's what Rat Ogre mounts are. Storm Vermin mounted on Rat Ogres. Yeah, I think they already basically have something close to it. You see the Chieftains? Technically, Doom Wheels are powered by rats. So it's kind of like you're riding a rat-powered machine, but it's not exactly you're riding the rat. Brood Horrors is adjacent. Tangentially related. Yo, we still need a Skaven Rat Swarm unit. Come on. Greenskins Dwarves, Greenskins Norska. I assume he means Grand Cathay Norska. Alright. So I can force him to play versus Dwarves. I can force him to play versus Grand Cathay. Okay, no, he bans Greenskins Dwarves. And Norska Dwarves. Oh. The double dwarf ban. Is he here to ban all the dwarves? I want to play dwarves versus Khorne. Am I really just gonna do another Grand Cathay versus Khorne game though? I don't really want to. I feel like Grand Cathay versus Greenskins could be really fun. Dwarves versus Khorne, Cathay versus Norska, Cathay versus Greenskins. I think I will get rid of Dwarves versus Khorne's a weird one because it could be sus. Let's do Cathay versus Norska. That's one that I gotta learn and practice. It's not the most optimal banning phase, but either I'm playing Dwarves versus Khorne, Cathay versus Norska. Dwarves versus Khorne, I want to try a similar build to their anti-Norska build. So we'll see. Is the giant skyship still OP? Not OP, but a threat. But definitely not OP. Skaven leadership is just so rough. If you play them long enough, it starts becoming manageable. I'm not a perfect Skaven main myself, and it took a long time to learn. It's not the worst. Opponent says, what flavor of suffering do I go for? Does he know? Does he know we're gonna go air game no matter what? Grand Cathay has enough flying units to beat anything that Khorne, that Norska can throw at him. Dwarves versus Khorne though? I think dwarves can do it. No amount of hell cannoning can stop it, right? Really? Medieval 2 is better at simulating Skaven? Did they route a lot? He wants to play Norska Grand Kate. It's time. All right, give me your suggestion. What Grand Kate unit do you want to see? Caravthir, you have center stage. Grand Kate versus Norska. Grenadiers. Please, not Grenadiers. Everyone's saying Bombardiers. This is Caravthir's choice. Let the man think. He bans Excavation. Let's play Lair. Ragnarok Lair. Don't fall to peer pressure. You got this, Caravthir. He said he wanted me to go 6-0. He doesn't want to see Kate lose. The double Gate Master? Oh god, the Gate Master? Yeah, I think he likes the Gate Master. He thinks it's good, and he might want me to try and prove it. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. Alright, I can do my best with that. Righteous Lances are not the worst. You can change your mind to Gate Master, though, if you think it's actually good. I'm not convinced, but maybe you thought of something different. I kind of liked Zhao Ming last time. He was kind of jokes. He also doesn't eat up a single entity slot, which is super important for the Double Moon Bird. The Double Moon Bird. They actually sucked? God dang it. Yeah, I was so hopeful. I thought there was like some secret tech. Oh. You changed your mind about him? Dude, that sucks, man. Alright. Alrighty, here we go. So, we are value trading today. Welcome. Come one, come all. To the Cathayan Turkish shootout. Will it work? Don't know. It's probably fine. It's just a rush. It's a DPS check. Norska has a lot of really expensive units, though. I don't think they can do that much. Let's use the Burning Wind Nomads. I love this red banner so much. Honestly, red is like becoming one of my favorite colors, like maroon. Just don't eat some javelins or throwing axes. Righteous Lances should be pretty good in theory, if I play super safe with them. They're armor piercing, so they can help my infantry. We'll see. We'll see if I can get some mega value. If Charix can get 1,000,000 value on the Royal Pegasus Knights, Righteous Lances have to be OP, right? They gotta be. Yo, go chicken Felix for Cathay. Any notable good RORs for Cathay? Righteous Lances are not the worst because they're armor-piercing cavalry. They're just really squishy, and I'm not the best with this unit type. Here we go. The ROR Celestial crossbows are good, and the ROR Dune Guard are not bad. Those ones are not the worst. Empress Crowmen are also amazing, yeah, because they have bomb drops. They have 2 uses of bomb drops. If you use them, you're doing great. Similar idea to last game. I got balloons. We park them right in the middle of the map where they can shoot everything. Zhao has final transmutation to bully single entity squads. And we just get mega value on the balloons, right? He has no flying units. 5, 5, 3 stealth units? Norska doesn't have stealth units? Skinwolf, Werekin. Alright. I do fire damage. We can actually bully him pretty bad with these dudes. Moonbird is fire damage. He's weak to fire. 20% more damage on that Moonbird. It's pretty jokes. Let's get a little bit of a volley over there. Get a little bit of a volley over there. Is he gonna dodge? Yeah, it's some stealth horsemen. Okay. Sure, we'll back up. So I do want to get my first Moonbird out. We do absolutely want to get our first Moonbird out. Because it's gonna need to push back these horsemen and all that business. We're gonna be able to get a sick vortex here. They're trying to shoot him up. Whoa. Big vortex. Huge vortex, okay. Zhao's in there. Zhao's cooking. Second Moonbird is here. He did get a little bit of a volley on my Moonbird, but it ain't the end of the world. Zhao can most definitely bully a Skinwolf. Ain't no issue. There go his Marauder Horsemen, dying to the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. And it's a rout. Pretty nice. And Zhao just doesn't give a crap. He's gonna be fine. In fact, these Skinwolves, I can bully them real hard here. With a little bit of balloon fire. Bird takes off, ROR maxing with Demons of Chaos. I'll add it to the list. Zhao's not a large target, so that Skinwolf doesn't do much against him. I don't technically have a capture point yet, but it should still be fine. Oh, geez, Moonbird's getting kind of bullied here. Come on. I just gotta escort him off the map, is all. Come on, come on. Dodge it. As long as he's moving, we're fine. All right, that's a very expensive unit down the drain. Zhao continues to live. And I just gotta evac with this bad boy. In the meantime, let's get that vortex going. Boom. Pretty nice vortexing. Righteous Lances are just staying safe. They're waiting for the perfect opportunities to charge in. I don't want to just YOLO them and have them die, because we get screwed. Moonbirds have to also be a little careful here. Though I can probably bully his Skinwolves. They're a little open right now. I can, if he brings in his other set of Skinwolves, I can final transmute them, right? So it's not like he can really commit to a big fight here without just losing everything. And yeah, maybe he senses that, so he disengages. So we're gonna disengage with the Righteous Lances, and then we're going to overcast final transmutation. And that should be enough there. That should be enough for a big fat melting. Berserkers are still alive though. Gonna get a bomb drop over here. It's a little sus, right? It's a little sus. Final transmutation is working wonders up. Oh, that's gonna be a nasty bomb drop. Nasty, nasty bomb drop on his Marauder Horseman. Righteous Lances though, kind of getting bullied. They're kind of getting bullied real hard. They will have to back up. They get Plague of Rusted, but they've disengaged at least. Let's burn them. Blast them. Okay, and now we can start capturing points. I think I have enough of a value lead with the balloons here that will probably be fine. Righteous Lances can still get a little bit of work done here. Got a pretty good doggo charge on me though. We did lose one Moonbird. Kind of crazy. That Skinwolf really just kill it? It's a little spooky, actually. It's a little spooky. I don't know how I feel about that. Well, I see. That ain't nice at all, actually. It's actually rather unpleasant. Moonbird comes back, though. He'll be able to cook him up. That's a breath attack. Let's not eat some spells to the face. Yeah, it's not the prettiest fight ever. Those Norscan ice wolves are a menace and a half. Though I know I can melt them with the mini vortex if we can just plonk it on them. There we go. That's pretty nice plonketing. Balloon friendly firing just a little bit. Okay, yeah, I just need to start bringing in the infantry, right? So that vortex just deleted them. That's good. It's a decent start, but we're losing a lot of our peasant horsemen here. So that does not bode very well. Not at all. Not at all. Gets a plague of rust in there too. That's not pretty. We're actually not up trading right now. That's very bad. I do have a lot of time though. Get another sick vortex off. So that should be able to rout off the ice wolves in time for my units here to win their fight respectively. Balloons are still plonking away. They can definitely kill some marauders, I guess. Dang, the skin wolves though, they're killing it.
One of your units has been destroyed.
All right, I see. So this is becoming a little bit sus. I am rapidly running out of forces, as we just don't really have much here. I lost all my peasant horsemen. A big misplay indeed. Zhao at least still has some oomph in him with the breath attacks, and the marauder horsemen will go down, but the skin wolves are still alive. These guys have gotten only 650 value. Not very pretty at all. Very much so, not looking very good. Anyway, I can kill off these skin wolves with a rear charge. He's gonna have a skin wolf here, but a rear charge is a pretty big hit to their leadership. I just need the moonbird to live. Celestials get in there. Can it terror out him though? Holy crap, he's kind of beating it up. He kind of massacred the moonbird. Dude, the skin wolf werekin are sick. Bro, those skin wolf werekin, man. Dude, they cooked. Okay. All right. So we're going to have to back up again. The forces of Norsk are rather terrifying. We will have to back up over here. I should be able to get a pretty nice charge in at least. No harmony bonuses are left though. But I might be able to capture my first point. Like the berserkers are going down. He gets a nice searing doom. But yeah, we rout off the skin wolves again. That's nice. It's getting a little spicy. I think I do need my birds here, right? I need that harmony leadership buff. At least Zhao will be able to win this. There's the birds. So there's the harmony charge. And if Wolfric fights Zhao, it could go real south, right? So there's the fire wheel. I actually just need to de-summon these though, because I just need more units. I just need more units, bro. Okay, here we go. Ludicrous amount more units. I'll take it. I'll take it. We're gonna get a Celestial Dragon Guard. They're gonna march over there. Zhao and Ko are doing great on that front. The balloon de-summons is where it's at. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's where the money's at. So now I get a pretty sick surround here on his units. No way those skin wolves are gonna live. And if the Celestial Dragon Guard can just live, then I'll be okay. We got one on the flank getting in there. We're gonna have to back up from the Searing Doom. Ouch, 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 ouch. Very painful. I think he's gonna try hunkering down on 1 point for the win here. Oh boy. I don't think it was just your pick that lost it. I think we didn't play it perfectly. Okay, here we go. It's also not lost just yet. I will have some Dragon Guard in here, and we can take this point over real fast. Here comes some Marauders, though. Or some Berserkers. A breath attack's gonna do a decent amount of damage to him at least. And then we still have Zhao on the point. Let's go over here. We're gonna get in there. We're gonna stall up some Marauders and then maybe we'll be okay. In the meantime, get a Celestial to slowly creep up here. Because if they have 2 minutes to get there, they should be able to get there in time. Let's beat up his Marauders, right? And I gotta use the birds here to do cleanup. Okay, there's the birds. There's the Searing Doom. We're gonna mostly dodge it. We're gonna land. Playing a hard out. There we go. That's a huge route, actually. It's a massive, massive bloody route. Okay. All right, all right. Gonna route off these Marauders, probably. Searing Doom's painful, but come on. Come on. I just gotta capture this in a decent amount of time and we're okay. Come on. Come on. I'll only have like a few seconds to get this one, though. Yeah, I think he barely wins it. Dang, Norska. Norska got us. I feel like I really felt not having the second Moonbird at the start. But I did kind of throw both of them when I did summon them in. Of course, the Searing Dooms are really good. Dang. GG, well played. Oh.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Just a little too spooky. It's a DPS race, and he beat us out slightly. You want ROR maxing with Demons of Chaos? I'll add it to the list. ROR max, Demons of Chaos. I think the Skin Wolves really mulched the birds, right? Usually the birds can get a lot more value, but they just kept shredding them, man. If I had taken some infantry, played it a little bit slower, and then gotten some good fights with the birds, I should have been fine. Because the Celestial Dragon Guard are doing really good. But Skin Wolf Werekin, man, so much work. So much work. Croman did great. Lances 700. It was okay. It was okay value. Balloons did great though. Although this one actually didn't get that much. Surprising. Well, GG. All right, I'm gonna go and get my best of 9 series going. Potatoes Devil. Yo, yo, we're up. Best of 9. Give it to me. Dang, yeah, yo. He's really doing well. That was honestly a really well played game. He didn't fall for the bait trying to get his horsemen on the sky junks. And then his Skin Wolf Werekin control to murder the Moonbirds. He beat him up real good, man. GG. Let us go. Let me just get this organized. Repeating played factions. All right. Potatoes Devil. Best of 9 series. All right, let's do it. Yeah, Plague of Rust on the Righteous Lances was real crazy. Let's see here. So what I need is our pick and ban format. Let me get that up. Dang, yo, that was kind of close though. That was kind of close. I just needed to squeeze like a little bit more value. Just the slightest amount more value, and I think we could have won it there. Because I was on my way to capturing the second point. I do think I summoned my horseman, my peasant horseman, too early. You need to get a little bit more work in, right? And of course, skin wolves are much stronger versus the artillery barrages, too. But getting practice in with the build is good. The more practice we can get, the better and more proficient we will be. And then when it comes down to a very sketchy tournament, I'll have all the knowledge I need. All right. So, up against Potatoes Devil, what's a good first pick? I personally really like starting with Empire. His first pick is also Empire. What is this? Okay. So we'll go for our second pick, which is good against Empire. That's Betonia. He goes Wood Elves. Thank goodness. All right. So naturally, that leads us to our third pick, Meaty Dangler. I think you may enjoy this one. For the first time ever, we are indeed going for Greenskins. All right, and his last one is Dwarves. So Dwarves. How many times am I gonna play Empire versus Dwarves? I'm gonna ban Betonia versus Dwarves. All right. Greenskins. I'm picking Greenskins because they're good against Empire, Wood Elves, and kind of Dwarves too. We'll see if he decides to air game me. I gotta also get the map pool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so he bans... Oh, no. Yes, he does. Okay, so he bans Greenskins versus Empire and Wood Elves. Let's go. Greenskins got me the double ban. Betonia versus Empire is good. Betonia versus Wood Elves is good. Empire versus Empire... Empire versus Empire I'll ban out. And then Betonia versus Empire is good. Betonia versus Wood Elves is good. Empire versus Wood Elves is kinda eh. Greenskins versus Dwarves is like, I haven't played that in ages and I don't know anything about it anymore. I might just ban that one. I'm sorry, Meaty Dangler, no Greenskins. It got 2 bans though, at least. Yo, man. The Norskins, they beat the Cathay build. I kind of wonder if I go Grand Cathay air game. If I do Grand Cathay, what is it? Grand Cathay versus Corn. Yeah, if I had this build. Oh, actually, this is kind of different. 2 Skyjunks, but only 1 Moonbird. Could make more sense than double Moonbird, actually. Because then you start with some cavalry, you got a fighty dude. Kind of wonder. Or maybe you do just want to start with the Dragon Guard and just summon them in at the beginning instead of going cavalry. Man. It's a hard build to get just right. Okay, so what match are we gonna play? Okay. So... Betonia versus Wood Elves or Empire versus Dwarves? I think Betonia versus Wood Elves is much better. Interesting. Interesting. So, in theory, Bretonia versus Wood Elves, super Bretonia favorite. We've been screwed before, but I think the plan is simple. Just make sure that you take a ton of Knights Errant. It's kind of like the Slanesh thing, where if you just have a ludicrous amount of cavalry, you can kind of just swarm them. We're on Eastern Owl Colony, which is a fairly choke point heavy map. But if I just go for like a bunch of Knights Errant to start, a couple peasant bowmen, and then you take yeah, some foot squires, a million peasants, and a caster with Flock of Doom. I think you more or less have everything you could want, right? You got a solid man squad to push up. Then you have just a ludicrous amount of cavalry. We're not going to take the Blessing of the Lady because it doesn't actually help us out that much here. Instead, it's going to be mostly yeomen, weirdly enough. With only 3 archers in reserve in case he goes tree spam. You always gotta have at least a few archers for that. 1 trebuchet to force him forwards. Nah, I don't need a trebuchet. Just in case trebuchet. Nah, I think just having more flyers is better. This could actually be a good match for Royal Pegasus Knights too, because they get through the physical resist of his cavalry. And then 1 champion of Quinel armor piercing, just in case we need it. But this should be a good start. I wish Satang was still good. Satang was really fun with his like super scattershot thingy. But yeah, he's just not really worth it most of the time. What's up with the best of 9s? Is it a best of 9 tourney? No, I just contacted a bunch of players. Asked them if they wanted to play a best of 9 against me. Basically, all of them said yes. I think 1 person was busy. And then I ended up having a super duper packed schedule because I did not expect everyone to accept. This is going to be the last one for a little while though, so enjoy it while we have it. Yeah, when you play Satang, it really limits your play style, and I don't think Cathay really does that well in a Satang play style. I could see maybe Satang working on other factions, but I don't know, just something about that composition. You get to see the matchup that you got rinsed by Charix in. Ooh, all right, here we go. I always say this one is good for Bretonia in theory, but I never actually get it down pat. Just because I haven't played it enough. So this will be pretty good practice. Lots of Knights Errant is great. These guys are just sick, man. Knights Errant. They uptrade almost all cavalry in the game. 55 charge bonus on 700 gold and 80 armor. In theory, they're just the most cost efficient mid-tier cavalry. They can run in, do a lot of damage. They're relatively tanky. They have Impetuous, which gives them ITP when they're charging. And even though they technically won't win fights versus elite at cavalry, they still will uptrade because they're just that cheap. So we love him. He goes for a Durthuan with some Hagbane chips. So Durthu is a menace. He's a big boy. He can do a lot of damage. And I don't have healing on Alberic. So what are we to do? Because he's brought him with a bunch of archers too, right? Now I'm kind of wishing that I had my my trebuchet to force him forwards. But with Durthu, the plan is relatively simple. I already have a cavalry advantage, so I can summon more archers here. And they can come on in and beat him up. Alberic, lots of deeps. Catches the Glade Guard Hagbane tips. Will they get a shot off on him? A mild one, but nothing too painful. So Alberic gets a little bit of a tradey there. We're going to position to fight Durthu. And then we're going to hopefully put him into a bad position. I need him to advance towards me. And by controlling 2 points, we kind of force the issue. We will be chucking out a Flock of Doom.
Keep it from the foe.
Come on, give me that Flock of Doom. That's a huge Flock of Doom, man. Massive Flock of Doom. Hits 5 units. He hits 2 units. Crap. I forgot. Durthu also has Flock of Doom. In the end, though, it's still pretty nice for me. That overcast damage working out in our favor, I'd say. We just want to get a ludicrous amount of archers. He's summoning more Dryads and Glade Guard, which is surprising to me. He just really doesn't want to go for the cav fight. But the thing is, if I field all my ranged, in the main fight, his guys are going to get shot to pieces. He doesn't have enough range here to contest this number of peasant bowmen, right? At least I don't think so. And with his archers getting low, I should be able to just bully them. Durthu's coming, though. Papa Durthu is out for blood. Thankfully, I will be able to get yet another Mega Flock of Doom on him. We're going to go for the big plays. We're going to go for a little bit of Pegasus Knight action. As Durthu is far away from the rest of his army, we should be able to just pile driver in and beat him up. Because here's the thing. All my archers here can push up at the same time. His archers will be defending and trying to survive while Alberic comes on in. Oh, this is going to be a brutal charge. This is going to be a brutal charge. Alberic gets the wind blast on the archers. He gets the Chargerino. He gets a capture point. But Alberic is in there, man. Alberic is cooking. With all these units so clumped up, he's asking for yet another Flock of Dooming. But this is the big pain and suffering, because now he can't do anything to shut down my archers. And in a big blob fight like this, it's gonna be super deadly. And that's another gigantic Flock of Doom on all of his units. Let's bring Alberic back. We are capturing the point. And now we pick off his range units one at a time. He does have more cavalry in the distance, though. So this is why we have yeomen. So we can still outnumber him in cavalry. My archers melt his infantry, though. They're getting bullied. I've infantry blob just a little bit hard. So we're going to have to try and disengage from that. And then we just got to try and win this fight. So Wild Riders are in there. They're going to catch one of my units. I don't know how the Knights Errant trade here. Are they really that good? I guess we'll see. In the meantime, though, all my archers are just popping off, right? Look at them go. They can now focus fire Durthu. We got the blood scent on him. Oh, dang. Okay, he's going for my dudes now. But he actually gets too close to his infantry, so another Flock of Doom hits. If he can shut down all my archers, though, we're in a actually pretty sketchy situation. We'll see, though. They're definitely deep diving. Durthu's already taken a lot of damage from them, too. And if I send my Pegasus Knights on them, it could be rather painful. Let's see. They have knights nearby, so the leadership is actually holding pretty well overall. Durthu is going down slowly but surely. Some more Glade Riders are coming on in. Alberic's not here to help either, but he does have another one of these. And that's going to be super painful for those poor spearmen units there. My opponent did a pretty good loop around, though, but a little bait and switch to catch my archers. They will rally, but certainly not the best of trades. Another huge Flock of Doom hits most of these guys, though. Durthu's slowly going down. Armor's good, but it doesn't stop against a million arrows. Durthu nearly dead. Damsel's gonna be used to rear charge these Eternal Guard to try and break their leadership. She's already used most of her magic, so she's not really needed much anymore. Okay, here we go. Alberic's given those buffs, and yeah, you can see, despite Wood Elves fielding pretty elite cavalry, they just don't really trade it well enough into Knights Errant and peasants, right? You really would not expect it, but yeah, the peasants are just kind of too spicy. So let's bring in all the rallying archers now to beat up Durthu. Damsel is in. Most of the Glade Riders are gone, and I believe we have ourselves a pretty solid win. Durthu is just a little too low to really do anything here, right? And at this point in the game, I can keep summoning in cavalry that'll uptrade against them. So, yeah, there's no infantry he can bring in that'll win either. Cavalry. I can't believe Durthu's still alive, though. He's actually still kicking. Look at this guy. 3 of my archers are routed. So if my archers had survived longer, Durthu would definitely be dead by now. Should have just played defensively so that the Wild Riders couldn't get in there. It was a very nice flank, I must say. Alberic is anti-large, though. Durthu's also anti-large, but it looks like he's still going down slowly but surely. Come on, Durthu. Just die, buddy. What a beast, man. Despite being solo and focus fired by archers, he's still in it. He does die in the end, but an absolute terror of a tree, that one is. Jeez. All right. Alberic, though, with the 1600 value is a good start. And Bretonnian archers, despite routing easily, they do come back very quickly. Anything else to summon? Not really. Good match. But yeah, the biggest thing I think here that makes us favored for Wood Elves, and we definitely saw it this game, was that Bretonnia wins the cavalry fights. And when the Wood Elf archers are even slightly disturbed by the cavalry, your archers are able to just grind through everything. Absolutely everything. Yeah, mega value on these archers. If they fully pay for themselves, it's a really good sign. Because it usually leads to unit routing, which means that the overall generic value is much higher. 2020 value on the Flock of Doom spam. That one's pretty good. Durthu's still got 3k though. Durthu's a menace. But he can't really protect the army, right? And you can see those Glade Guard got more or less nothing. So a solid game number 1. Let's get the next one going. So he can't play Wood Elves anymore. I can no longer play Bretonnia. Are we both going to pick Empire first again? It appears so. Well, I don't have an Empire counter pick, but I do have Dwarves. What are we gonna see? People used to go Changeling into Satan. Crazy times. Dark Elves. Wow. Empire and Dark Elves. I could go Wood Elves, but they're not that good here. Oh man, Empire and Dark Elves is a nice mix of stuff. I do think though that Ogre Kingdoms is good into both of them. You think it's worth taking Blessing of the Lady on Knights Errant? I think usually because Knights Errant are supposed to be expendable cavalry that you just chuck in. Even though on paper it's really good, I think it's better to have just more cavalry most of the time. But I'm still a little undecided. But like they already like they do their job so well. Like they're gonna lose to elite cavalry regardless, right? And a little bit more survivability doesn't do that much for them. So in a way, it's kind of like chevroning them, but like better chevrons. But like I kind of use them as like a one and done unit too much for it to be worth. His last faction was Tzeentch. Interesting. Interesting. Please flock that big tasty blob. You're the flock of doom, man. 2k is pretty high. He bans Empire Dwarves. I'm gonna ban Ogres versus Tzeentch is a bad one, right? Ban Ogres versus Tzeentch. Dwarves versus Tzeentch I really don't know, but I think it can actually be good for them. What's the map? Dust Bowl. Oh, beautiful. I want to play Dwarves. I'll get rid of his Empire. Dude, Dust Bowl is like the shootiest map ever. Now, if he's playing Empire and I'm playing Ogres, we'll have to see how that actually plays out. Because I don't know if an Ogre Rush can actually kill an Empire artillery line. Greenskins cook Tzeentch? Really? I guess you have a lot of those archers and Tzeentch can't really kill that many range units. I could see it. Ruglud's definitely will trade into Tzeentch really well. Can Tzeentch kite you if you play Greenskins? What other tech do you have? I guess you can cav spam it, maybe. Meaty Dangler, you're gonna have to show me the works of that one later. Okay, so Empire Ogre's still open. Empire Dark Elves is still open. Empire Tzeentch. Okay, I'm gonna ban the Ogres and the Empire Dark Elves. It's either Empire versus Tzeentch, Dwarves versus Tzeentch. This is golden. Okay? This is like just absolute massacre on the end of Potatoes Devil because this is the flattest map in the world. This is the MP Crossroads of Warhammer 3. In theory, he wants to play Empire Tzeentch. In theory, this should be as simple. Okay, I'd love to take the Luminarch, but let's not. I'm gonna go triple cannon. And then there's nothing you can do, right? Just triple cannon and defend them. So we bring war wagons for further kite. But like, I just don't really see. Tell me if I'm wrong, but Tzeentch literally has nothing versus many cannons, right? I guess he can blue fire spam them. I can use Marcus nets though to be super annoying. Imagine I net down Kairos. And then what the crap is he supposed to do? I can double net him. Oh my gosh. Okay, now last time I did get screwed over taking too many nets. But in this case, to just blitz Kairos into oblivion, it's too good to pass up. So we have loads of Empire Spears. And then we run the Nuln Ironsides, right? Which he should not be able to catch. 2 Outriders. This is a lot of ranged. If he full rushes me, it gets a little spooky. We do need to kill Centaurs too. Empire Knight defensive backline is decent for that. But like, I mostly want to win with the war wagons. Like, kill off anything that can fight a war wagon and then war wagon them. I think that's the general idea. If he is full rushing me with cavalry, I'm just gonna have 1,000,000 spears in reserve. And then 1 great sword for pushing points, maybe? Is there anything better than that, though? I feel like they rout a bit too easily, don't they? I could take double flagellant. They're not the best fighters, though. They lose to Zongors. So I might be stuck just having to run cavalry. It's not the end of the world. But using wagons, cavalry, and spearmen should be good enough. Let's do it. A Black Rose Knight. Barely not enough money. The Luminarch would still have line of sight issues on this map. It is pretty bad. though it would kind of be hilarious. Just one-shotting Kairos. Double glare cooks for greenskins. Maybe Shems does as well. Oh, I see. I can see that. Just spam some missile spells their way. That's real fun. Man, yo, I really want to rematch Charix in a best of 9 again some point. I feel like Charix is so scary, man. I want my vengeance. Danican too. Danican put me on the ropes. Hit him up at some point. But yeah, double net on Zinch is really good. So you leave Marcus in stealth. He's going to be trying to outrange the light caster, but then he gets netted by Marcus. The light caster just walks up, throws down the other net, and there's no amount of micro that can save him from this much ranged. Yeah, light passive can give you army-wide magic attacks, but it doesn't last long enough. Like, I'm going to throw out, like, let's say I throw out 4 nets a game. Right? Am I really getting that much damage in versus demons for it to be worth? And will it get that value back soon enough? I don't think so. Though technically, I think you will eventually get the value. It's like a little too slow. And a lot of the time, Zinch is spamming armor nowadays instead of demons. The classic warrior spam. Charix seems like the only one with your number. Dude, he crushed me. 3 and 5. Though Danican was really close. Had the matches been even slightly different, Danican easily could have run away with a victory there. I think Charix and Danican are definitely the 2 highest micro players in the game right now. Their technical skill to micro cavalry and skirmishers and their lords, they both do it better than me, I would say. I just have some really good builds cooked up. But, yeah. It's a fun one. Potatoes Devil. He's working it. He's working up the Zinch build. So Empire versus Zinch. Not having Empire or Bretonia is kind of sus, but I can still play Slanesh. And given that Wood Elves and Zinch have been played, I think Slanesh first pick is actually really good now. Because there's not that many factions that'll do well against them. And even the ones that do, if you don't play perfectly, I'll just overrun you with cavalry. I can still play Wood Elves. There's a lot of good stuff here. I like this pick ban format. Triple cannon to start? Yeah. Triple cannon is forcing him to attack me because it's just way too much damage. So he has to rush in. And by the time he gets to my front line, I will have too many units summoned in. And then hopefully he gets screwed. But we'll see. This is only really doable on Dust Bowl because line of sight issues will screw over your cannon DPS otherwise. But this is a very flat map. This map is ludicrously flat. So we're gonna park our cannons right here. We got our Vizard, we got Marcus, turn off our will. Got a gun line. Spear line going. And then you see these Null Ironsides. They will absolutely cook anything that tries to get close. Especially when it comes to the double net. Null Ironsides will do amazing. Soul Grinders can't do much. The only way I can see him winning this is with a really clean rush. Either that or he just has a ranged army of blues and pinks and he just slow pushes me. I'm a little skeptical if that'll work, but they can definitely kill the Spearman frontline really fast. And with only 2 Null Ironsides, it could be a little sus. So maybe we'll see that. This is a Luminarch map if I ever saw one. It's pretty hype. Okay, it's a blue and pink rush with a lot of warriors. Okay. Nothing too crazy then, right? So the cannons, they get some early pot shots on the Kairos. We're going to just bully him. Bully him up! Oh my god, the Kairos is gonna try and net the Outriders. This is certainly a very sketchy situation for Kairos. He's gonna chuck a blue fire at him. So yeah, what are you gonna do? Dude, that Outrider fire looks sick, man. That looks amazing. Oh crap, he spots Marcus. My bad. All right, well, I'll just capture this point and we should be fine. So we're just gonna hammer these blues. He has mostly Marauders. Kairos is not that decked out, all things considered. I think we do want to just summon in War Wagons. It's a little risky, because he could just keep advancing, right? And if we just get overwhelmed here, it's completely over. But it doesn't seem like he's beelining towards me. I don't really smell the bloodlust just yet.
We have a victory point.
And I can summon in knights to charge these guys, so I'm not that worried, all things considered. Kairos is getting brutalized too. You can start shooting them up, shoot up the Furies, shoot up Kairos, just make it really hard for him to dodge anything. And then we net him down. Whoops. There we go. Come on, get the net. Get the net, bro. Hey, nice. All right. So that should let me get some pretty devastating cannon volleys on them, right? Yeah, he's gonna manually land with the Shrieking Sky Rays because he doesn't want them to be murdered. He's still chasing the Outriders, which I feel like is a misplay. And this is a pretty brutal fight. Cannons are just cooking them. And his rush is fully shut down, right? Though they do actually manage to rally. We're going to net down Kairos then. Gonna shoot him up. That should slow him down yet more. If I can get a sick cannon volley on him, that'd be great. He might just land though. Is he just gonna land with Kairos? Dang, the cannons didn't even fire. What a ripoff. Can I net him again? I don't think it's worth trying to snipe Kairos anymore. I think I'd rather go for the Sky Rays. So we're going to do this instead. Meanwhile, the guns plonking away, doing great. The Empire Knights are really, really good here. Dude, the nets are slowing him down a lot. He does get a pretty nasty vortex on my iron sides, though. Showing that iron sides are not always the best solution. They do get pretty well massacred. I do kill off his Sky Rays, though. So that's not too bad. We do still have most of our wagons alive. Oh, that's some bombardment. Pretty nasty bombardment. And now the Knights of Immolation are here. Now, does the bombardment actually kill the cannons, though, right? It's still going. Cannons do survive, though, with fairly good leadership to spare. That's not the end of the world, then. Marcus can turn on fire at will. We're going to turn fire. And then we're going to double net him. So we're going to net him down here. We're going to get our boys online. Going to fire away. And then we're just going to kill him. All going well. Kairos does not survive this. That's another 9 seconds of net we got going. Marcus is shooting him. The Ironsides are shooting him. There's no way he lives. Get another one down. Shoot her. Come on, Kairos. Yeah, there we go. Your boy Kairos is dead. Nets for days. Outriders are sick. I love Outriders now. These Outriders have been amazing, man. They've been so good. I can't believe it. They're just trolling them. Absolute tomfoolery with these guys. Plus 16. I did have to use like all my nets to kill Kairos. But, and he is pretty easily resummoned. But it feels good to finally kill the bird. You so rarely actually get a kill on him that if you ever do, I like to count it as a victory. Outriders just plonking away at the Chaos Warriors. Outriders are great as long as they're not getting harassed. Speaking of, same with Null and Ironsides. He has he has the Screamers of Tzeentch. Oh no, not like this. He's already backing up. He fears the net. Honestly, well played. He saw it coming miles away. Oh my god. Dude, the net respect. Alright, they're still gonna get shot, but not by the Ironsides. Oh my god, dude. That's so painful, man. It's just net and shoot, net and shoot. And in the end, the map was a little bit too spicy. That map is a terror. Cannons paid for themselves very quickly. We never shut down. And indeed, the strat did work. Kairos just could not get close. There were no avenues to get any closer. Outriders were amazing. I actually feel like compared to wagons, they can do a lot better if they are not harassed, which was fairly easy to keep going that time. It was pretty chill making sure that they were never being harassed. Marcus, not too much value, but he still did great. It was just the Outriders and the Cannons and the Ironsides. Okay, so he's been liking his Empire first picks. I'm gonna go with Slaanesh to start. He goes Empire. We go Greenskins again, because I know you guys want to see me play Greenskins. He goes Wood Elves. If it's gonna be Empire Wood Elves all the time, Slaanesh Greenskins is great. And then we go Kislev, which is like the real backbreaker faction for Empire and Wood Elves. I would play Kislev, Greenskin, Slaanesh into Empire and Wood Elves, all of them. So in theory, if I just ban his last faction 3 times in a row, he's done for. At the very least, we should be able to get a pretty good matchup. God, dude, Outriders is so sick. I love them so much. They get their value back like War Wagons, but so much faster. His last faction is Betonia. Slaanesh, Greenskins, Kislev versus Empire, Wood Elves, Betonia. I'm going to ban Slaanesh versus Betonia because Charix has traumatized me. The map is going to be Celestial Lake, which is not as much of a shooting map. Go for the eyes. Yes, Spear Maxing Cannon. Just got here. Whoa, these are some tall Dowie. Oh, I should change the Twitch title. Best of 9 versus Potatoes Devil. He's gonna ban 2 of the Betonian matchups. That's really weird because he picked Betonia. Only to ban 2 of their matchups, which means either he feels really confident about all of the matchups, or he misplayed. Slaanesh and Greenskins versus Wood Elves should be fine. Kislev versus Empire is like a little sus, so I'll ban that one. And then we'll also get rid of Kislev Betonia. So it's either Slaanesh, Greenskins, Empire, Wood Elves. It's a 2x2 matrix. I think my Slaanesh should be able to beat Empire and Wood Elves. Although Wood Elves, I know they have that crazy box build. Will he employ my own strategy against myself? Maybe. He could Durthu box it. Do I have a Slaanesh build that beats a Durthu box? Not in my saved files. If I had to face a Dirthu box, what would I bring? Chaos Knight Lances? What would I bring versus a Dirthu box? Exalted Demonettes? What if I just fought Exalted Demonettes? I'm pretty sure they just get shot and Flock of Doom to death. Forsaken Spam does not beat his elite units. I think it would be a grave misplay to test my Slanesh versus a Wood Elf box. Because I think if he knows how to play it, it becomes almost impossible to beat. Slanesh Wood Elves or Greenskins Wood Elves? Let's play Greenskins versus Wood Elves. Okay, this is it. This is where it's at. Meaty Dangler. The joy in your eyes. Joy of your eye. The spark of your eye. Whatever. Are they playing with repeats? I think he accidentally picked Wood Elves again, but it's fine. It's fine. I want to show off Greenskins versus Wood Elves. I think Greenskins are a true terror here. Because here's the thing. You have a million Orc Boys, some Archers, Rugloods. This is already very annoying to deal with. But if you combo that with some of the most annoying things ever, like Goblin Great Shaman, Heart to Snipe. Is he invisible? Okay, he doesn't got no stealth, but he can hide in the trees. You take a super cheap Lord and you give him Gork will fix it. It's a slow, you'll never be able to get him. Well, you can use that to win cavalry fights. Here, it takes sneaky stabbing. And then what you do is you bring in the big screw you line of cavalry. I'm talking all the Orc boys you can think of. Big gun. Savage Orc, Boar Boy, big gun. Let's see, how much money do I have? How do I? Oh, there we go. There you go. Lots of Orc boys into the horizon. Lots of Spider Riders. You go for just a couple Squig Hoppers. You take the Flappers. You take the Pump Wagons. You take Squigs. It's all mobility. And the reason you do this is because Wood Elves don't really have a way to shut this all down. Unless he goes for a Dirthu Blob. But a Dirthu Blob does die to the Archers. So we're not too worried. I think this is enough mobility. In case we need the Skirmishers, we got the Mangy Marauders. There we go. This is the Green Tide. This is it. Straightforward. You just march and you kill them. Were you offered access to 6.3? And are there any multiplayer changes worth mentioning? Not as far as I can tell. I'm pretty sure 6.3 has basically nothing. Except capture points will show a flag now. Capture points will show a flag if you capture it. Which is like, it's good, right? You know, it's fine. I am, you know, a little disappointed that there's literally nothing else that I can see, unless I'm just missing something. I believe some of the item descriptions were fixed too. Yeah, like a few of the item descriptions were kind of mucked up, so they fixed them. And that's it. That's it. Pretty good looking fun. Yeah, revolutionary. But yeah, so capture points will be a little bit more clear now. But yeah, I don't think there's really anything else. I'm pretty sure it's just all single player. Which, like, this was supposed to be the multiplayer balance patch, but you know, whatever. Yeah, like Forbidden Rod will be price corrected now, so it won't show the wrong number. Like, honestly, if multiplayer mattered as much as single player, it would have just been a hot fix, right? Like, that's in theory pretty quick to change. So, like, I don't know, man. We essentially had 2 months go by and then we got a hot fix, which it's not the end of the world. We waited longer for updates to multiplayer, but it's certainly not very pretty. Oh my gosh, it's just Glade Guard into the horizon again. All right, well, he should be dead. I have way too much cavalry. This is just the Batonia game all over again. No real good source of sniping. It's a million Glade Guard. So I just hold forwards and do not stop going forwards. I already know that we have enough to deal with this cavalry. So we're just gonna spam the squiggies. And I gotta take advantage before he realizes how bad of a position he is in. It takes less than half a minute to fix. I'm willing to give them benefit of the doubt that company bureaucracy means that you can't really fix it like it's an indie game. If you were actually working on an indie game, yeah, you could fix it super fast. But benefit of the doubt is, you know, it's a big company. You can't just get the change, right? You have to, like, you know, you have to jump through a bunch of hoops. It's very annoying. But even so, right, like, even so, it's, yeah, it's pretty rough. Now, here we go. It's about as rough as this game is going to be for the Wood Elves, because I have a ludicrous amount of mobility starting to dive on into his forces. We want to shut down the archers first and foremost. Melee grind will go way too slow to really end quickly. So we're just going to pile driver in. Get the boys in. Get the boys to countercharge the Wild Riders. Surround them. Give them the smush. He's doing a good job getting his spears in there, but we finally got a couple of the boys in. Let's get these guys in there. He's focusing the Rugloods. It's okay. Oh my god, the Wild Hunters got annihilated. Wild Hunters got deleted off the face of the planet. It's a good start, but it ain't over just yet. Because we still got to get in that cookie jar. So there go the archers. They're bracing, but many of them are beginning to fold. And as soon as that front line pops, he's screwed because I got pump wagons in. These guys are trying to collapse in, but I have enough cavalry to just countercharge the countercharge. There's the wah. And it should just be too many greenskins, right? We're in the cookie jar now. We are in the cookie jar. There's a Glade Riders, not a big deal. Pump wagons are in. I just have to micro my way through this mess. Just, yeah, increase that. Slow them down. Get more Spider Riders in there. Keep charging with everything. It's a high micro situation, but generally, wherever you see these rears presented to you, you want to get that sweet rear charge in, because the archers aren't going to be able to shoot. And then there we go. It's just a mosh pit now, right? The greenskins love it. They love a good mosh pit. And you can see the archers, I didn't really care about them getting attacked, because they're greenskin archers. They're gonna hold just fine. No amount of cavalry is gonna punish them. And everything here is just dead. Our super cheap cavalry defeated his ultra elite cavalry. And that's gonna be game. So meaty dangler, that's what you want to do next time you face next time you face Charix, just do that. Just the unstoppable tide of pigs. Those Savage Orc Boar Boys did amazing. Look at the value on these Wild Riders. 330. Not even 330. Oh my gosh. The brutality, man. Absolute brutality. A thing of beauty indeed. Stuck in with the boys, So, yeah, there's Greenskins versus Wood Elves. Next up on the docket, I still think Slanesh is a really good starter pick. He wants to get that Empire in there. I can't counterpick with Dwarves. Do I want to counterpick with Ogres or Kislev? Is there anything else that's like really good versus Empire? I don't know, let's just go Ogres. I gotta practice some Ogres anyways. Grand Cathay, whoa! Okay, Empire Grand Cathay is actually kind of spicy. Do I have factions to counter them? You know what? I'ma do it. Demons of Chaos. We did have a donation request to try and... actually, there's a lot of Demons of Chaos shenanigans to go for here. I might. Only if I think it'll actually work. Where are the dwarves? It was earlier today. We lost against Norska with Grand Cathay earlier. Which is, you know, kind of close to dwarves. The dwarf adjacent. That's why we lost. We didn't play dwarves in the semis. Empire, Grand Cathay, Dark Elves versus Demons of Chaos, Ogres, and Slanesh. Okay, let's see it. Hey, Lexalander, thank you very much for the Prime sub. 6 months. He banned Slanesh Dark Elves, which makes a lot of sense. Demons of Chaos versus Empire sounds like a terrible one. Ogres versus Grand Cathay Dark Elves is probably okay. Slanesh versus Empire Grand Cathay is fine. I'll ban Demons of Chaos and... You know, I'll ban Ogres and Grand Cathay and Ogres and Dark Elves. Let's see if we can get a Demons of Chaos or a Slanesh game in there. Some people wanted me to do some crazy stuff with Demons of Chaos. Yeah, ROR max for Demons of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos, Quad Mortis. Increase the Nurgle Slanesh win rate. Lord Throw. Uncle Frunkle, Kugath, and Great Unclean One. You can't do that with Demons of Chaos, though. Okay, so if I can just spam out a bunch of RORs, that would be fun. Is Kislev possible? Kislev's a really strong faction. I just haven't played them a lot versus like Empire and such. Oh, I banned too many factions. Whoopsies. But yeah, I would really like some Demons of Chaos action. Next is Bleak Spire Labor Camp, which is really good if he's going to be playing Empire and such. What units should I use as Betonia versus Dwarves? Yeah. Foot Squires for sure. Flyers if you can avoid getting shot at with cannons. It's generally a bad matchup though. So don't expect it to go well even if you play it perfectly. But just a ton of Foot Squires with some Grill Reliques will at least chunk through their front line decently well and maybe fight Slayers. So what? Demons of Chaos. I can play Ogres or Demons of Chaos versus Empire. Demons of Chaos versus Grand Cathay. Slanesh versus Grand Cathay. Sure. Let's ban the Ogres match so we can try getting some Demons. And force them to play Grand Cathay. Nah, let's do Demons of Chaos versus Empire. Because I feel like there's a lot of RORs we can make use of here. Can you ROR max it though? Is that even a thing? How expensive does this get? Okay, yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, you can take literally only RORs. A lot of them are good though. So you can actually pick and choose which RORs you want. Alright. How'd the boss fight stream end up performing? I think it did about as well as any other stream, but it was really fun. I really want to do more of it at some point. Empire versus Demons of Chaos? Or Grand Cathay versus Slanesh? If he plays Grand Cathay, I've played against Karavdir enough times where I know how to play against it. He will be knocking out my Slanesh though. Empire Demons of Chaos, okay. So I want to play a rushdown because the map has a ton of trees and it kind of favors that. So I think taking a bunch of RORs in the rushdown category is not the worst. So chromatic aberrations, we got a few of these guys. Actually, Empire Cavalry is way too good against them. I'll pass. Festering Stooges is amazing though. Gotta go for the Melkoth's Smoke and Mirrors lore. If you're playing a rush build, Melkoth's Smoke and Mirrors is amazing. Unfortunately, I don't have that many cavalry RORs to take, but these ones are nice. Heralds of Khorne's Fury is pretty solid. I'm not going to go for the Nurgle Soul Grinder. I think Angels of Decay are really good if they don't get shot up, but they can win an air game in case he has like a Boris or something. Though I think most of the time they won't be doing that much. And then what? Then what? ROR Blues. They're okay. They're very okay. What other RORs are good here? Okay, Shrieking Skyrays are good. Hounds of the Blood Hunt are pretty nice. They got Gore Feast. Yeah, they got Gore Feast, so they heal. Uncle for Uncle is just a meme. I'm not gonna take him. I'm not gonna disrespect my opponent that hard. The Noxbringer is not bad though. Okay, now how do I get the money just right? So I can have 2,000 gold. Okay, I can have 2,000 gold. So you do this, do this. Nice. It's honestly not the worst build. You have a chunky rush. You have the Noxbringer. Noxbringer can kind of soften him up at the beginning, but like I do worry if he has war wagons. I don't think I really like the Noxbringer there. Is there anything else I can shuffle around though? I can do this. It's a little better. Be'lakor doesn't get sniped. He's pretty expensive, but so is the Exalted Keeper. I think this will be fine. It's just a super chunky rush. If he has mobility, like if he goes full kite, I should be able to capture all the points and maybe just rush it down. So we also have Eternal Entourage. All right, so let's do this. Let's try this. I think this is actually, it's not super optimal, but it's like not that different from a normal build. Noxbringer he's a bit of a micro tax. He does have to be babysat pretty hard, otherwise he can miss a lot of his shots. I don't know if we'll be summoning him in. I'd much rather have the elite cavalry. But yeah, I think the trees on this map will help us a lot. ROR Exalted Pinks. For the Exalted Plague Bearer synergy. What's the synergy? Why not add Arcane Conduit? With the extra gold? I don't have the money. Alright, so this one's a little sus. We don't have any cheap cavalry, but if I micro my elites well enough, I think we'll be fine. The idea here is we're just gonna fat rush them. It's a very expensive army. Ready? Good luck, have fun. It's a very expensive army. But with almost all elites here, I should be able to capture the points because they have 7 capture way to pop. We have Pendulum. We have Malkoths. Let's do it. I just hope this isn't 2 BM. Ah, crap. So he did go kite. Okay, so I'm going to try and bully the war wagons. I think that's the way that we do this. So, like, in a full kite situation, you gotta capture the points without taking damage. As soon as you start taking damage, you'd rather just triple cap. He has a Boris. He has 5 units, 6, so he has 7 units hidden away somewhere. I think if I can get the Eternal Entourage on these guys with the Malkoths and just kill them, I think we're in an okay spot. I'm gonna have to save up for the Eternal Entourage, but if we ever do catch these guys, it's a really good pick. So we want to get that surround. And then we should be good. Bringers of Beguilement are not dead. I'm just keeping them in the trees. They'll be just fine. He actually summons in a unit of Free Company here that we can just bully from the get-go. Okay, here we go. So there's his army. It's basically all spearmen. So this is it. This is where it's at. The big fight begins now. I do not want him to get a long grindy game against my lord here. So we're just gonna go here. We're gonna rampage all these fools. We're gonna bring in the doggos. We're gonna bring in these guys. We're gonna get a fat pendulum on his spears, which speed boosts my cavalry and my doggos. And then yeah, everything should die. There we go. One route. Very nice. Got a pretty sick pendulum there. Okay, there we go. Lots of wagon death. Lots and lots of wagon death. Holy crap. And then I can start escorting off with the Shrieking Sky Rays. Very nice. Oh, that burning head though. That was a pretty massive burning head. In the end, Bringers of Beguilement at least live, but I do lose my hyper elite cavalry unit. Not the prettiest situation in the world, but hey, I got another pendulum. What's the worst that can happen? So I killed a couple wagons, but was it really worth it? I don't know. I can't net these guys down though, the Zintlers. There you go, so there's the net. Exalteds are still doing great, and we know the Shrieking Sky Rays do a lot of damage to these Free Company militia with that scream. Let's keep speed amping ourselves here. Bring in another unit. It's a little sus, but I think we are pulling out ahead here. Even though the value isn't technically in our favor, I'm getting a lot of good picks here. So I foresee that the battle will probably start swinging in my favor. Because most of these Empire infantry dudes are not super great. Yeah, look at that value swing. Value goes very well in our favor all of a sudden. Bringers of Beguilement. Gonna be hunting the Boris with the debuff. If we kill Boris here and now, it's over. Speed boost that Lord. Sky Rays is still alive. They're just gonna keep hunting. I believe the Lord is a little too good against Boris here. We'll see. Boris is actually so tanky, man. He holds. He holds. Most of the wagons are dead, though. Knights of the Black Rose have arrived. I don't want them to charge my Sky Rays. So we're just gonna chill. We're gonna hit him with the Melkoths. Then we're just gonna camp above them. Whoever they charge is... yeah, they're just gonna get counter-charged here. So there they go. Counter-charge with the Screamers. Boris is still going down slowly but surely. Trading slightly going back in the favor of my opponent, though. Not too pretty. At least the blues are here. Nurgle heal. Oh my god. I could not have wished for a better army ability. I could not have wished for a better one. It does not get better than that. Nice. And now we bring in these guys back. The blues get a pretty massive volley over there. These ones are the ones that explode on death? No, they're the missile block ones. Okay, a little unfortunate for them then. Sky Rays up. Pretty good ability there. Are the wagons gonna die? Kind of wishing I summoned in my Eternal Entourage, but... whatever. Come on, what are we getting? We are getting Relentless Rage. Do I need Relentless Rage? Not really. Dude, my Lord's getting so much value through the army ability. Sword of Corn. No, Stormfire. Stormfire is good here, though. There's a lot of spears that we can bully. No escape either. There we go. Big routes. There's the Stormfire. Undodgeable because of the Rampage. And then we escort Boris off the battlefield. And then that should be a victory for us. We still got that triple cap, right? Whew. Scary game. Scary game. Oh my gosh. Very spooky indeed. But being able to just snipe 2 war wagons at the start is such a huge loss for the Empire. Because they won't be able to long run up trade with them. And then that kind of just leaves them doomed. Having just a little bit of Slaneshi power really helped us there. Festering Stooges too are actually super good. Really love the Bringers of Beguilement also. We did lose our elite Hellforged Host. I don't even know what he killed them with. But they did go down pretty hard. But yeah, he basically has nothing left here. No more Boris. Stooges win the ROR contest. Another best of 9 farming. Yeah, this is the last one for a little bit though. Aw, yeah. Yo, him roasting the Eternal Entourage at the start was really bad. That was his big comeback play potentially. But it was not enough. So this will be sick. These Outriders are about to get Eternal Entouraged. Melkoths, speed boost. Eternal Entourage, 110 speed. Unfortunately, they do get caught up by some Empire Knights, but they insta-route the Outrider grenade launchers. Wow. Dude, that's terrifying, man. The speed buff, the 110 speed. Just deleted the Empire Knights, too. They're gone, man. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right. And then I think I will use a slow on these fools. And then it should be pretty easy to capture them. Did not get the rampage on the grenade launchers, rip. But these guys get another speed boost very soon. Yep, there they go. There's a speed boost. So they'll be able to catch the Empire Knights. Honestly, Danican showing me that Lore of Shadows can help you actually catch units. Such an eye-opener, man. Oh my god, the 110 speed versus 60 wagons. They'll never get caught, ever. Hellforged Host was never in the starting army? Oh, okay, that explains a lot then. I thought they were. My bad. Okay, wagons are dead. Ultra dead. And there's nothing left. Nothing left. RORs only. Pretty good. Let's get another speed boost. Because it also slows, so he's 45 speed now. Just catching him. Grenade launchers kind of spooky. Can we actually kill him with them, or is he gonna live? He might barely live against these ladies. Come on. There we go. I body blocked him. Hey, so that actually got a few hits in. Very nice. Yeah, you kind of have to stop the chasing sometimes to get proper attacks on your units. Warhammer's weird like that. Let's there we go. Blast them. Shrieking Skyrays are weird. I don't know if they're actually good or not. Definitely a strange one. But there we go. Big surround on the engineer. And that is an Empire kite completely shut down. Whew. I was hiding in the trees. Oh yeah, hiding in the trees is a good strat, man. Alright. Nice. RORs. We did bring like all the good RORs. Being able to pick and choose definitely helped. It is an all ROR build though. Love the Festering Stooges. Love the Bringers of Beguilement. Hellforged Host wasn't really able to get in there. Eternal Entourage was really good. I don't think the Shrieking Skyrays are that good. I don't think the Noxbringer is super good either. But yeah. War Wagons did actually pay for themselves in the end though. I think optimally you would have Seekers of Slaanesh instead of the super elite ones, because you kind of have to YOLO in to catch the wagons. There you go. There's a request done. Very nice. All right, so we played Demons of Chaos versus his Empire. So no more Empire for him. I think we want to go for... Do I just want to go melee heavy? Norska, Ogres, he goes Dark Elves. I'm finding these rushes are very painful. He goes Khorne though. Okay. Norska and Ogres can kite Khorne, however. Dark Elves and Khorne. I feel like this is not bad. Tomb Kings? Maybe Tomb Kings is bad versus Khorne. Wait, did I win or lose as Tomb Kings into Khorne? I kind of forget. We're on Blazing Ramparts. Okay. Blazing. What can men do against such reckless meme? Alright, Blazing Ramparts. So, what are we looking at? Norska, Ogres, Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves, Khorne, Kislev. This is the 5th match, so I'm going to ban Norse. Yeah, I'll ban Tomb Kings, Dark Elves to start. How does the whole donate suggestion work? If you give like $5-10, I will try and win your game or win with your suggestion. And if you give like more, like $20, I'll try to win with your suggestion in like the semifinals or the finals of a thing. That's basically it. It kind of goes on the list, and when the opportunity presents itself for me to actually be able to win, then I'll try to go for it. But it is no guarantee because I'm trying to not lose when I run suggestions. Otherwise, it's just kind of boring. And it's a little BM to the players. It has to be an actual winning situation. Khorne versus Tomb Kings. I think, you know, I'll play Khorne versus Tomb Kings. On Blazing Ramparts, pretty big map. Tomb Kings versus Kislev, though. Is that a good or bad matchup for Kislev? Apparently it's a bad matchup for Kislev. I don't know why, but apparently it is. Tomb Kings versus Khorne, Norska versus Dark Elves. I'll ban Norska Dark Elves. You know, I'll ban Ogre Dark. Actually, no. Yeah, whatever. I'll ban Ogre Dark Elves. It's Norska versus Khorne, Norska versus Kislev, Tomb Kings versus Khorne, Tomb Kings versus Kislev. He could just play Khorne, but I'm certainly going to kite him. He could just play Kislev, and then he'll just have to hold a rush. But yeah, I think Horse Archer Kite is too painful for Khorne. I want more Slanesh. You feel like Tomb Kings versus Kislev is even? They're both practically unbreakable. Kislev Cavalry is a little expensive. You usually want cheaper cavalry versus Tomb Kings. And the infantry for the Tomb Kings would be really hard to beat. I think that's the biggest problem, right? Tomb Kings Mantide. Great Bow Kite is possible versus Khorne. It's not the easiest thing, but it's possible. I lost the last time I played Khorne into Tomb Kings. Nakari. Nakari is actually meta versus Vampire counts. It's great. It's very nice. Alright, let's see this. Okay. Let's play Norska versus Khorne. Alright. Norska versus Khorne, let's go. You know the drill. Yeah, that's right. It's not the most elegant thing in the world. But here's the thing, it's just a good build. Hunter of Champions can slow down his stuff at 100-meter range. Scarbrand can't even rampage me. The biggest thing he can do is he can take the... Ooh, I can smoke in mirrors to move faster. I love that. Yeah, he can have a Hell Cannon. Or a Skull Cannon. But the Skinwolf Werekin actually should be able to do all that. He can't spam Wrathmongers. This should be really bad for him, right? This should just be terrible. Unless I'm just woefully mistaken. Yeah, I'll take some axes here. You know, Norscan Ice Wolves are just amazing. They're like Knights Errant. Set and forget. Just chuck them out. They get your value. Manticores are really good. To just have enough single entity fighting power. Berserkers are great. I think Norska is a situation where you just kind of take all the good units. Yeah, sure, let's do it. I have lots of mobility. And Khorne is really bad versus Kite. If he goes double Skull Cannon, I think that's the best chance he has to win here. If he spams armored units, I'm pretty sure the Berserkers just shred him. The Giant Tech time. Giant Tech 24/7. It's either the Giant or the double Manticore. I feel like the Giant's hilarious, but like it comes out too slow. I'd have to start with it. Which is not unfeasible. You could actually start with it. And then just let it sit in melee. You know, that's actually... Alright, you've convinced me. You've convinced me? A giant would actually kind of be hard to kill. In this situation. Costs 1,400. Which is... not the most expensive thing in the world. And I can start with a Skinwolf here and then put a Berserker in here. Alright, there's the meaty Giant Tech. I think it would actually be really hard to kill as Khorne. The ROR dogs. I've never really been super impressed by the ROR dogs. In theory, they're anti-large dogs, but like I've just never really been able to get them to work because one cavalry charge just deletes dogs. Yeah, Khorne is one of the few factions that just can't shoot a giant to pieces. I wonder if giants work against Slaanesh. Probably not, right? You run into the Kugath problem. Alright, potentially the last game of the day today. We're gonna be up against Khorne. I have skirmishers. I have a lot of skirmishers. A rather ludicrous number. They're all here. We got Speed Boost Omaniac with this guy. In case I really gotta play keep away. Ready, good luck, have fun. Let's see it. Let's see it. Alright, so this is going to be an early capture at this point. Kind of surprised how slowly they're capturing despite having 6 horsemen. He does have the Hellforged Bellows. But what's he going to do against Giant? I really don't know. It's hilarious because like you bring the Hellforged Bellows to deal with the skirmishers and then you're like, crap, I don't have an army that can do anything against this. This is hilarious. Dude, the Giant tech is so good here. Alright, so there it goes. I don't want to get pot shot by the Hellforged Bellows. I think we just want to get the Werrican. We'll see how good Furies are in this situation. But there's a triple cap. Werrican's out. You will be hunting this thing down. Oh, jeez, Wolfric. Wolfric, back it up. Hellforged Bellows whiffed. You'll love to see it. We're going to slow him. We're going to hunt him. Gonna hunt him up. We're gonna slow him again. There is no escape. Wolfric the Wanderer is on your tail. Okay, maybe there's a bit of escape. Can I just kill this thing though? He tries and shoots the Giant actually. That doesn't really do too much. Ouch. Ooh, that's hurting him. That's hurting it real bad. Hellforged Bellows. Getting massacred. Oh my goodness. And it gets completely deleted. The horsemen were really fast and they just jumped it, man. Now Skull Taker's gonna try and fight the Giant. If Meaty Dangler is to be believed, the Giant dumpsters Skull Taker here. We will see how correct or wrong he may be. But so far the Giant is certainly cooking. In the meantime, skirmishers go in hand. We have a lot of dual weapons here. I think if it just keeps spamming Skin Wolves, I'm okay. There he goes. Wrathmonger will, yeah, we'll just Malkoth them. Giant, he's doing his best. Okay, maybe a Giant alone is not exactly the way we wanted to go with this. He is slowly going down. He's definitely putting in a walloping. But I don't know if this Giant solo is where it's at. Meaty Dangler's gonna be like, that's not how you're supposed to use a Giant. He does do a good amount of damage to the Skull Taker though. You can't say that he isn't cooking. His leadership is relatively high too, and I guess he's distracting this army from doing better things. Has he really paid for himself though? 800? I'm gonna say it, it's a little disappointing. Though he definitely stalled him out for a long time. The Giant was kind of pushed back by all these dudes. So in the end, yeah, he kind of got bullied. Giant could not kill Skull Taker plus the Wrathmongers. Yeah, all alone. Afraid and isolated. I couldn't save him though. He was keeping the skirmishers back. Good play from my opponent. A solid picking, but if he can't kill the skirmishers, it's basically over, right? Unless the Skull Taker just dumpsters me here. I do have almost the full squad here, ready to beat him up. I'm gonna send in the Manticore here too. He's super debuffed. Let's get these boys in.
has captured
We gotta
one of
get
your
the
victory
skirms in.
points. Take it back.
Malcott's these guys again. And it seems like Skulltaker is... He's taking damage, but it's slow, man. It's awfully slow. We're gonna need the skirms. So turn off fire at will. Get into position. Gonna wait for him to attack animation. There he goes. As soon as the attack animation is done, we right click his face. And then we blast him. Blast him with the volley of the Norskins. There we go. Oh my god. Right in between the attack animations. Massive damage. Massive, massive bloody damage. If Skulltaker dies, it's over. Micro and our skirmishers here to the maximum of their ability. But yeah. Skulltaker is not enough. He cannot hold. We're gonna get a boat. I don't think he stabilizes here. He usually doesn't. Yeah, there we go. Enemy lord down, son. Dude, that was a massive volley. That got him from like 100 to nothing in seconds. As soon as the skirmishers get in there, it's insta-death. You'll love to see it. And the holding fire too. Oh my god. Norskins are known for being sharpshooters on horses. Yep, totally. Minotaurs died to the ice wolves because ice wolves are sick. Should be able to rout off these corn gores even without terror. I don't need to worry about capture points. We just want a value trade here at this stage of the battle. Minotaurs are gone. Dude, ice wolves are sick, man. Ice wolves are kind of busted. But yeah, there's nothing left for corn. Nothing left. Was the giant a good idea? I think he was not bad, but I should not have YOLO'd him. Were the horsemen a good idea? Absolutely. I think the horsemen, they killed Skulltaker all by themselves. And they also killed the Hell Cannon all by themselves. Hell Cannon got into a bad situation and was just focus fired. I think the Lore of Shadows really helps too for getting into position against it. And that's gonna be it. Dang, man. Yeah, Lore of Shadows. It brings him up to 99 speed. That's pretty terrifying. Horsemen. The true winners of Norska today. Call the giant back. Was tempted. Was very tempted. Very nice. Yo, Charks, are you still there? You wanna you wanna play another best of 9 next week? I gotta get vengeance, man. I gotta get the vengeance at some point. I'm sure it'll be good practice for both of us anyways, right? Has Charks just ascended beyond us? I feel like Charks is the only one that feels unbeatable sometimes. His micro is insane, man. I'm telling you, he only lost because he played elves. That's the only time I ever beat Charks, is when he's playing lesser factions. But when he brings out the big guns, he's such a menace. GG. Anyways, Giant got 800 value. Despite being in like the worst position imaginable against Khorne, he did not bad. Skulltaker got blitzed by the Horseman. Very nice. Shadows Caster did great. I love the speed boost. And Skin Wolves, yeah, it's all good. Loving it. I think this is not a terrible build versus Khorne. As long as you can kill the Hellforge Bellows, you're good. And it doesn't have a lot of range. Ever since they nerfed its range, I think it's way more susceptible to getting kited now. You'd have to park it behind your infantry, I guess. Any campaigns planned for 6.3? I think that's what we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are going to go and play some campaign. I guess technically I have this Chaos Dwarf campaign. But it's honestly kind of already done at this point, right? I got my 220 stacks for auto-resolving. I would have loved to play it more, but I guess the patch isn't going to be out, so maybe I can play it over the weekend or something. We'll see. Yeah, Potato Apple, that was rough, man. That was rough. You played well, though. You played well. But, the full sweat city was pretty brutal. I think some matchups are also just really bad. But well played, man. Thank you very much for joining. To all you guys... I don't know if it's like Sotek streaming or something. Lore Master. Has Lore Master of Sotek been streaming a lot recently? I feel like he hasn't been streaming a lot. Either that or I just start my streams like way earlier or way later than he usually streams. But I just haven't seen him around much. You thought you could do Wood Elf? Wood Elf can do Bretonia like Slanesh. I think the archers just make it really bad. The archers just kind of screw ya. But anyways, nobody to raid, so peace out. Thank you very much to our supporters. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'll see you tomorrow for some campaign patch 6.3 action. We're going to be doing an Only War campaign. And then I'll finish off the Chaos Dwarf campaign eventually. See ya.